Park's won more district football championships than any other high school in the state. And tonight, the Scots, with a win, can add another to the trophy list. It's a wet Friday night in Highlander Stadium where the 8-0 Scotties play host to the 3-5 Richardson Eagles. We'll get you set for tonight's game with our JSX pregame show coming up next.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
Well, it's taken a few weeks, but cooler temperatures have moved into the Metroplex, and we've got rain as well for tonight's district matchup. It's Highland Park and Richardson here at Highlander Stadium tonight. Scots come in, they're unbeaten, 8-0 on the season, 6-0 in district play. The Eagles are 3-5, 2-4 in district play, and not totally out of the playoff hunt just yet. We welcome you into Highlander for senior night tonight. Along with Jim Castellaw and Jay Ellis, I'm Russell Scott. District championships, Jim, have almost become expected for Highland Park, and a win tonight clinches district championship number 56 for Highland Park.
Well, which that in itself, Russell, is incredible, but what probably even more incredible is the run that Coach Allen has amassed for district championships while he's been here. We were talking before we went on the air, trying to remember the last time the Scots didn't bring home the district championship, and as best we could, our estimation, it was back around 2008, 2009. It was the Highland Park, I think, had to share the championship with maybe Rockwall Heath, or Rockwall Heath got it and Highland Park was second. But it's been an incredibly long time, and that's just it's incredibly impressive that a school like Highland Park can win consistently and win the district championship, whether they're 5A, 6A, no matter what.
It is almost become not, are you going to win the district this year? It's, how far are you going to go in the playoffs?
Right. And that's why I think a lot of people have put district championships kind of on the back burner, because if you, obviously, once you get in the playoffs, everything starts over again. You get a better seeding, obviously, if you win the district championship, but it's what you do in the playoffs after that that people are most concerned about.
Well, the Scots shut out MacArthur last week, 52-0, and I think what stood out most about that game was the defense, Jay. What did you see from that game and what the defense was able to do for the Scots?
Russell, I think there's consensus there because the community's been talking about defense as well. The Scots got a shutout last week. I think it was a statement game. I think the defense wanted to show that they were dominant. You know, the offense has put up a lot of points in a lot of games, and the defense has done what they've needed to. But in the previous couple of games, there were some long, sustained drives by the opponents of Highland Park, and so it meant a lot to the defense, not only to stop the MacArthur Cardinals and give up no points, but to also force a bunch of turnovers. There were a couple of recovered fumbles. I think William White caused one or maybe both of the fumbles. Brady Dotrieve had the interception that he took back for a touchdown, and he did so because he knew he was going to be in trouble if he didn't.
and he made a right turn on the sideline over there. I think everybody for MacArthur thought he's going out of bounds and moved back towards the middle.
That's right. And then also there was I guess it wasn't a blocked punt, but the punt block team tackled the punter, which is effectively a turnover as well. So the defense was fantastic, and heading toward the playoffs, they're really trending in the right direction.
Wind was the factor last week for Highland Park. They really hadn't played in windy conditions in such a passing game. They passed that spectacular fashion, scoring 53 points. As you can see on your screen, we've got rain here tonight. How does that affect what Highland Park wants to do?
Well, you like to think that on a turf field without mud being a factor that you still be able to throw. But that is all dependent on how much water the ball absorbs. Obviously, if the ball absorbs a lot of water and is heavier, it's going to affect Brendan Store's throws. You'd like to hope it didn't, but I'm sure that the Highland Park offense and Coach Wells would, they feel like we can run the ball if we need to do it, and we can win the game that way. The good thing about this is, not that you hope you're not playing outside in the playoffs, but you might get a game, maybe over at SMU, maybe someplace else where you have to play in the elements one way or another. And it'd be sure nice to know that if you have to, the offense can go down and run the ball and score and win the game that way.
Any big rain games you remember as a player?
Well, not so much as a player, but I certainly remember the season of, we think it was 17 when Highland Park was in the DISD district, and they played several games that had 1 hour, 2 hour, 2.5 hour delays, and ultimately played.
Don't say that. Don't say that. we don't want that tonight.
And we've got a no-hitter going tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
but one other thing is the logistics of it, Jim. With the way football evolves and it's more and more modern, and I don't know that the wet ball is really that much of a factor, because I haven't asked the coaches, but I bet they have 4 dozen footballs, and they make sure they get a dry one in there every time.
Yeah.
Now it gets wet a little while you're waiting to snap it, but they do a good job of keeping the ball dry even if it's pouring rain. So I think the passing game will be just fine.
It's funny, back 100 years ago when you played, coaches always told me, I was a center at one point, they said, you can ask the umpire, the official, for a dry ball. You can always stop and go, wait, bring me a dry ball, please. Of course, that's contingent on there being a dry ball.
Absolutely. That's right. But they've got these ball boys that will have towels, and I'm sure they have footballs that are staying in a dry place until it's time. And, of course, Highland Park supplies their own footballs, and Richardson supplies theirs. And so I bet Coach Allen has a couple of extras tonight.
Right. Okay.
But the Richardson Eagles snapped out of a 3-game losing skid last week. They defeated Irving by a score of 21-0, and caught up with Eagles head coach Greg Pells and talked to him a little bit about getting that win and what it meant to snap that 3-game losing skid.
The kids were excited. They've worked really hard. We've got a really young football team. And so there's going to be, no matter how young they are, until they experience certain things, you can't wish it and want it to happen faster. They've got to go through it. And it's by far the youngest team that we've had since I've been here. And so it's been a good learning curve, but they're a great bunch of kiddos. And so it was good to win, and because that just kind of validates everything. They put in so much time. And their parents and our community are so supportive. And the kids sacrifice, right? They're student athletes. So, our kids do a great job on the academic side. And our school has got a really good reputation academically. And so there's a lot of stressors on them. And so it's nice for them to take a step back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. And it was good, though. Coach Munoz does a great job at Irving High, and we had a lot of distractions. It was homecoming week, and so it was a lot of fun, but most importantly for the kids and our coaching staff.
Talk a little bit about your offense and your defense and how they're playing and just what you've seen on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, the defensively, we're kind of a mix. We've got quite a few young ones playing for us, but we also have some guys that were big contributors last year that returned, and so we really leaned on them early on. But we've really played pretty solid defense all year long. We've had a couple hiccups where we didn't play as well as we wanted, but for the most part, it's been really good. And our defensive side of the ball has been together really for the last 5 seasons. Or 4 seasons, excuse me. And so, they know what we expect. And I was a defensive coordinator, so I still coach a position. I enjoy coaching kids. I'm not going to be a walk-around head coach. We get in this business to be around kids and grow them up. And so, it's fun. They do a good job on that side. Offensively, we only have one senior starter, and that's our quarterback. And Howie's done a great job for us. We get Cole in there a little bit too, our sophomore. And so, that's a group that when they're, when they're clicking and they're executing their assignments and, then, we're the only ones that stop ourselves, and so unfortunately, we played some games where we had some young learning curves with some penalties and understanding situations and then we've had some other games where we've really clicked. And so, and again, last week, I wouldn't say, obviously you come out on the victory side, but I wouldn't say we clicked offensively. But what was really encouraging is they found a way to win, right? With a young group that they go, well, things may not be going exactly how we wanted, but they still found a way to make enough plays to have more points. And so, than the other team. So we were proud of them.
That is head coach Greg Pells. He's in his 6th season with the Richardson Eagles. They've gone through 3 straight 5-5 seasons, and they're going to have to really play some good football if they want to get up to 5-5 this year. We are in a bit of a rain delay. They have pushed things back about 30 minutes here at Highlander Stadium, but we are getting you set for Highland Park and Richardson. District matchup, and if the Scots win, they win the district championship outright, and we'll talk to Coach Allen about that in just a few minutes. Let's take a time out. You're listening and watching the JSX pregame show, and we've got more Highland Park football next.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. The best offense is a good defense. Baker Brothers blocked those surgeries before they could take it to the house.
That play was electric.
That's right, Jimmy.
Shocking, even?
We get it, Jimmy.
Call now to get this month's electric special.
Stafford was under pressure, rolled to the left, threw 43 yards into the end zone for a prayer, and Highland Park comes down with the touchdown. Offside kick to come. Across the middle, a small step. Touchdown, Highland Park. The game is over. Highland Park has won the state championship.
Back on our JSX pregame show, JSX discover crowd-free flying on roomy 30-seat jets. Yeah, I don't know if the Jets are flying tonight. We've got rain here at Highlander Stadium. It looks like it's getting heavier and heavier as we go through the pregame show here. We'll see what's going to occur.
Yeah, but obviously, if it was just the rain, we'd be getting ready to kick off right now. But there was a lightning delay with the lightning meter down in Coach Harris's office, so that's what's caused this delay, not really the rain.
I kind of like you in that smaller chair. You can be my little buddy here. What do you think about the rain?
Well, my thoughts are these boys want to play.
Right.
Playing in the rain is fun. I mean,
it's better if it's mud.
Remember, these aren't pro. These are 17-year-old boys, 18 and 16. I mean, these are boys that think, hey, I want to slide through it. I want to tackle someone and ride across as they slide out of bounds, or I want to make a diving catch. So look, once there's no more threat of lightning, every kid on that team is going to be excited to get out there on the field.
And I don't know if you remember, at the end of spring training several years back, they had big slip and slides out here to cool off from the hot weather. I'm sure they'd like to reenact that tonight.
Well, I caught up with Coach Allen this week to talk to him a little bit about tonight's game and a little bit about where his team is right now. And we started off discussing last week's game and how the Scots pitched that shutout against MacArthur.
By far the best defensive effort we put out, and our coaches and players worked very hard last week to improve, and they evidenced that they had really worked hard, and it paid off during the game. We held a MacArthur offense which had a 2,000-yard passer and a 1,000-yard receiver and an 800-yard running back to very few yards and no points. And shutout's hard to get when you play a lot of players. And our guys had a lot of pride. When we did substitute, our guys played extremely well.
Was that one of the things you were looking at trying to do? Because you went into that game the heavy favorite. You pick little battles that you want to win, that you want to build on going through the season with, I don't want to call them lesser opponents, but opponents you're expected to win.
Defensively, we thought we did not play up to our standard in the previous game. And so there was a big emphasis on that during the week of being better tacklers, getting more people the football, being more aggressive. And as you can see, it paid off. And what it does is gives your team confidence going into the next game. And they feel better about themselves. And, of course, Coach Leidner bribes them with chocolate chip cookies and brownies and donuts. So they're pretty highly motivated.
I can imagine on something like that. Your offense looked really good as well. They continue to, week in and week out, put up big points for you. You've got to be pleased with that, I would think.
Well, we played in the wind, and the wind had some effect on our passing game. But we did score a lot of points, and we had some young men that participated and played it really well. And I think we can play better offensively for sure, looking at the film. But we did get some points. I was disappointed that we didn't score that initial drive going down and settling for a field goal, but we hadn't played in the wind. So you got to play in the wind a couple of times before you understand how to play with the wind, how to play against the wind, et cetera, because it does affect the flight of the football for the quarterback especially, but also for receivers tracking the ball.
Senior night this week, just talk a little bit about seniors and how they help mentor and motivate younger players, not just juniors and sophomores, but even all the way down, I would think, to, junior varsity, freshmen and eighth graders. Those kids all seem to look up to the seniors. So big night for them, isn't it?
It's a big night. They started playing football probably when they were fourth graders, and they got coached by our coaches from the seventh grade up. So, and it goes by so fast. We tell them that all the time, it's going to go by so fast. And this is a night where we can really honor them by introducing them before the game and then have their parents walk with them through the Highlander March. And so it's a big night. And seniors always set the standard for the team. You got to have seniors playing their best football to have a really good high school football team. And our seniors have done a great job of leading and playing their best football this year.
When you look at tonight's game, what are your thoughts on how you want to go about and what you want to get done in this one?
Well, I mean, besides the obvious objective of winning the game, we want to execute. We want to hustle. We want to play with 100% effort and do things exactly right. We want to show improvement over last week in some areas that we've emphasized. We have some young men that are playing in a backup role maybe that need to improve, in the offensive line in particular. But we want to continue to play great defense and get field position with our kicking game and score when we get an opportunity. But we're real pleased with where our team is right now. And we'd like to have a great game where we could get all of our seniors in the game, come out with a victory, and have a celebration at the end of the game. We're leading the district race, and a win tonight would pretty well cinch a district championship. So we want to finish right, like a champion does.
Head coach Randy Allen right there talking about tonight's game and senior night, of course, here at Highlander Stadium as well. He'll try to get a lot of the seniors in the game tonight. But as you can see, we've got a downpour here at Highlander Stadium. We'll take our final break. Our pregame show continues in just a moment. We'll take a look at the scouting report from some of the Highland Park football players. Our JSX pregame show rolls on after this.
We live in a country that's been forged from all walks of life. The values of the American cowboy and the coat of the West have stood the test of time. They're ingrained into who we are and who we strive to be. Cavenders, this is how we live.
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
Conveniently located between Lovers Lane and University Boulevard on Preston Road. Not Just Soccer is locally owned and has served the Highland Park community for youth sports equipment needs since 1989. Whether you're looking for soccer, football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, or lacrosse equipment, they carry it all, and they take pride with specialists in each sport, and in many circumstances, you'll be helped by a current Highland Park athlete. Go Scots!
The service after the sale is something that will keep bringing my wife and I back as Sewell customers. Give them about 48 hours, tell them what you need service for. They bring you a loan car, pick up your car, take it back, do the service, and come and pick up the loan car. That's like being royalty. If that doesn't invoke loyalty, I don't know what does. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
Well, Highland Park leads the overall series with Richardson 10-3. The Scots have won 7 straight against the Eagles. They try to make it 8 straight tonight. And a win tonight would give Highland Park another district championship, an outright district championship. And we were going through this trying to figure out last time Highland Park didn't win a state championship.
Right. And we heard from our resident historian, Scott Farrell, who clarified for us. And, Scott, I appreciate you doing that. The only 2 times Highland Park has not either won or shared the district championship was in 2008, when, if you remember, you Scott fans remember, Heath won an overtime game over in Rockwall to take the district championship, and the only other time was in 2014 when Mesquite Horn beat Highland Park again over in Mesquite, and they won the district championship. Obviously, the Scots went to the playoffs though both years, but pretty impressive record. 24 years for Coach Allen. He's won the district championship or shared it 22 of those 24.
That's pretty amazing when you start looking at it. Jim had a chance to catch up with assistant coach Bobby Holland this week and kind of give us a preview of what you talked about, and then we'll hear from him.
Well, one of the reasons I was really interested in talking to Coach Holland is because he is a Highland Park graduate. There's not just a whole lot of people who who go to school here and then come back and coach here. I was lucky enough to do it, when I was doing that. But it gives you a unique perspective. And he went the route different than me. He went in the business world and then came back to coach. So it's very interesting to hear what he has to say about his background, and we're very fortunate to have Coach Highland.
I was a 1999 graduate at HP, and it's always kind of been a goal or a dream of mine to come back here and work, and it's been awesome. I started my career at Rockwall, and I worked there for my head coach, who was Scott Smith. Coach Allen got hired during the spring of my senior year. I got to know him then, and he's kind of been a mentor of mine ever since then. I used to be an accountant for 3 years, and when I decided to make the switch to coaching, or when I was thinking about making the switch, I went and met with Coach Allen, and he was really helpful. So in my career, I've always wanted to come back and to get a chance to work with him. After Rockwall, I spent 5 years at Lake Highlands, and then 5 years at Grapevine, most recently before coming here to Highland Park, and it's been fantastic. I love it. Kind of. I felt like I was being called to go become a high school coach. My high school coaches had a big impact on my life, especially Coach Smith, and so I felt called to make the same impact on kids that way. And then just besides that, I love being around sports, and I felt like that would be more fun.
Right. And were you a running back in high school, or tell me what you played?
I was the last fullback in Highland Park history. We ran the split back veer. Yeah. So those are usually our trivia questions. Name the last, in your case, fullback to play at Highland Park. Mm-hmm.
Name the last tight end.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I guess that's a shout out to the old timers out there. My favorite play was 234.
There you go. I remember it well with the Veer offense.
Yep.
234. You got the ball. So.
Assistant Coach Bobby Holland right there, the last fullback for Highland Park.
That's what the trivia question. And if those who remember the old Veer offense, we called one. There were two backs, obviously, but one was called a fullback, one was called running back. I think they did things interchangeably, so it really didn't make a difference. Yeah, and in my recollection, I think Thomas Laughlin was the last tight end at Highland Park. We'll have to get some help from the fans out there, but I believe that was correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's Highland Park and Richardson tonight. It's time for us to get our player scouting report, and we'll start with Case Pickleman up on that offensive line for Highland Park. We got him to discuss a little bit about what to expect tonight from Richardson's defense.
Well, the front, they mainly run an odd stack, and we're definitely going to be expecting some, unexpected blitzes. So we've been preparing for that, this week during practice and all. And, I think we're ready for whatever they have to throw at us.
Is it so? It's a 3-3 stack. Is that? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Lots of stunts though.
Yes, sir.
And do y'all go into as an offensive line? You kind of go into every game going, we think this is what they're going to run, but because they're playing Highland Park, they may pull something totally different out of the bag.
We haven't seen that yet, but it is entirely possible for that to happen. And yeah, we try to stay ready for that just in case.
Have you been able to put your finger on where are their best athletes? Are they the skill guys on the back end of the defense, or are they the front seven?
I'd definitely say it's the skill guys. Some of them are pretty quick from what I've seen, so we just got to be ready for that.
Right. So how critical is it for you guys to be able to run the ball?
Oh, it's very critical to be able to run the ball because, with that, of course we have a, really good quarterback that can, throw very far, but, just being able to run the ball that can change the game, just getting those, small 10-yard rushes that can play a big part in, scoring a touchdown or, just getting a first down. And it's just, sometimes it can be the small things that help you, like with the bigger, situation and, yeah.
That's Case Pickleman, offensive lineman for Highland Park, talking about that Richardson defense that we will see tonight. We also caught up with Robert Ramey, talked to him a little bit about what we're going to see from Richardson on the offensive side of the ball.
They like to run with a tight end. I'd say probably their biggest key player would be their quarterback. He's big and strong. They got a really good quarterback and running back. They're a little duo. The quarterback's really good, and whenever he's not having the ball, he's going to probably hand it off to their big running back. He's really quick. So I think they'll be doing a lot of quarterback runs and a lot of runs to the outside with the fast guy.
Well, y'all did a tremendous job last week bottling up number 22 and number 1. Can you use some of those same techniques this week as well, you think?
Yes, sir. I think for sure. Number one last week. He was one of the fastest dudes we've played all year. He's a little guy, and he could hit the outside so quick in the blink of an eye. And we did a really good job containing him. So I think we're going to use that same technique this week.
Well, there you go. We get an offensive look and a defensive look at what to expect from Richardson tonight. Both teams are out of the locker room, and it's going to be a wet one tonight here at Highlander Stadium. Tell you what, we're going to throw it to a break. We'll have our game broadcast coming up in just a moment. Kickoff's not far away, but we lead you into that with highlights from last week's 52-0 Highland Park win over MacArthur. Stand by. We've got Friday Night Football coming your way next. Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
At a service culture, and I don't think there's anybody in our company that believes otherwise. Everybody understands that our mission is to take care of families.
And I think what makes me the most proud is how many families and lives we have actually touched. We've been so impactful for so many people, and in different ways of their lives, and in ways we couldn't necessarily anticipate.
We see you, early riser, paying the price, making your move. We see you because we are you. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs. As one of the few Texas banks participating in the Main Street Lending Program, Vista Bank is helping small businesses put America back to work. Isn't it time you join the over 1,500 new PPP clients and make your move to a bank that hustles as hard as you do? Vista Bank. People first.
It is a rainy night in Highlander Stadium, and tonight the Highland Park Scots take on the Richardson Eagles. Highland Park with a win tonight sews up another district championship. Stand by. Kickoff is coming up next.
Curtis Law, the game-winning lawyer.
I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm 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 a link in the chain.
When you play one of us, you play all of us.
Presented by Inwood National Bank.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Can you feel that? Yeah. It's time to bring the make the ground shake when we go. Come on. Touchdown, Jake Cobb. Come on. He's got it. Touchdown, Highland Park. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we gon' rain and we gon' shine when it's go time. Go, go, go time. We gon' push it to the limit like it's no lie. When it's go time. Go, go, go time. Straight down what you gon' do. Make the ground shake when we come through. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, Richardson has won the coin toss, and the Eagles will play offense to start the game tonight. Weather-wise, well, it's kind of what you see is what you get tonight. We've got 54 degrees and rain here at Highlander Stadium. Our pregame kickoff weather report brought to you by Peggy Sue's Market. Fine Texas barbecue since 1951, now available inside New York Subs. Russell Scott along with Jim Castellaw as we get you set for kickoff tonight. And we have a special guest in here with us as well.
We have a special guest from Boone Elementary School. Is that right? No? Where do you go to school? Excuse me? MIS. Did you used to go to Boone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're at MIS now. We have Tyler Pyle with us as a guest commentator. Tyler, is this your first time in the press box?
Yeah.
What do you think of this? What's the weather?
It's raining and it's 54 degrees outside, and the game got delayed.
Game got delayed, right? Again, by lightning, right?
Yeah.
So we got to wait 30 minutes. Do you want to say hello to any of your buddies out there?
Hi, everyone in 5th grade that I know.
Everybody in 5th grade at MIS?
Well,
All right. All right. Well, you're going to have a lot of happy people out there, you saying hi to them. Well, we appreciate you being here with us and coming up being our guest commentator. Owen, as I told you a minute ago, Owen's going to be our replacement, and you're going to help him. You're going to do the color one day.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. He's excited about that.
Yeah, he's excited.
Well, Tyler, thanks so much for stopping by.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, as you heard Tyler just say, we have been delayed again. It looks like another 30 minutes because lightning in the area, so that's going to extend our pregame just a little bit longer.
We get to ad-lib.
We've got some highlights from last week's game, and, of course, Highland Park with a nice win. It was 52-0 last week against MacArthur. Scott's defense did an outstanding job, and, of course, the offense putting up 52 points. Not bad there either. Let's go back and take a look at some of the highlights from last week's Highland Park victory.
This week's highlights are brought to you by The Rustic. Enjoy home-style meals made with farm-to-table ingredients. Go Scots!
Well, as you can see, it's raining across Highland Park tonight, and that has delayed it. And the rain has not delayed things, but lightning in the area has delayed things to another 30 minutes. And so that's kind of what we're wading through right now. Jay Ellis is been out down on the sideline. Jay, kind of give us a feel for what the doesn't look like it's raining too hard, is it?
Unless you're out in it.
Well, I'm not anymore. If we're on camera, you're going to see me sneak in behind you.
There you go.
No, it's it's coming down gently. But by the way, you caught me coming up the stairs, so I'm out of breath.
Tough deal, though. They had to cancel the senior night, so maybe we can get it at one of the subsequent home games.
It is, but I tell you, I went over to the indoor facility, and the parents got to see their kids.
Yep.
They got to walk through the line with them. It was emotional and fun, and the kids are, they're sort of relaxed, but they're excited at the same time. So it was still a great event for those families.
And just if you don't know what was supposed to happen, the parents were going to walk with their kids out onto the field here at Highlander Stadium. And you played here, so you played as a senior here. You know what it's like playing your final regular season home game, but now you're experiencing it as a dad. How's that differ?
Well, I am, and I do remember after the last game playing here, it's hard to walk off that field.
Yep.
But the good news for these boys is they will have a playoff game here 2 weeks from now.
Sure.
So this isn't the very last one. So it's a great way to celebrate your last regular season without having that sort of sadness of knowing it's the last one, because they've earned one more at home.
Well, I've wanted to say this all season. You obviously had the option to just go be a parent this year, and you chose to continue broadcasting with us, and we appreciate it because we appreciate your insight.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I tell you, it makes me a little less nervous as a parent of a player to be able to watch the whole game and not focus on my kid. Although, when he makes a big play, it's a good thing that my mic isn't always on, because you guys hear me even if the others don't when I scream and yell.
Yeah, if we missed it, you'd let us know, though, would you?
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what, Highland Park and Richardson, again, delayed another half hour, but you had a chance to catch up with some of the Highland Park players this week and kind of find out their thoughts about playing. Who'd you talk to? And we're going to go to that video right now.
Talked to Robert Ramey and Mac Ballard over on defense. Ballard's been hurt a little bit. Ramey's been hurt a little bit. And also Case Pickelman, who came in and filled in for Lawson Petty last week. So some guys that kind of got some common denominators there. Pickelman, kind of the sixth man on the offensive line, and Ramey, obviously a second-team All-District selection last year. Mac Ballard was scheduled to start, but then got banged up. So I'm interested to hear what they had to say. Welcome to the 2022 edition of the Highland Park Scots Player Profile. Each week here at halftime, we'll be joined by 3 or 4 of the Scots key contributors to hear their thoughts on the season and that week's upcoming opponent. Tonight, as the Scots return to Highlander for the final regular season home game of the year versus the Richardson Eagles, we're joined by 2 of the leaders of the Scots defense, along with a key offensive lineman. They are inside linebacker Robert Ramey, cornerback Mac Ballard, and offensive lineman Case Pickelman. Guys, thanks very much for being with us. Well, fellas, you're coming off a 52-0 shutout of Irving MacArthur last Friday night at Ellis Stadium in Irving. You obviously are doing a lot of things very well, but what are some of the things you're most proud of, and what are some of the things you are still working to improve at this point in the season? Case, we'll start with you. Give us some thoughts on where the offensive line stands right now, what your key improvements have been, and then what you're still working on.
Well, I believe our offensive line has definitely drastically improved throughout the season, with assignments and, just being physical. And I think we've done a good job so far to this point. But I think, as we continue, we can still work on getting certain assignments, picking up blitzes, knowing what the fronts are and what calls we need to make. But overall, I think we've done a good job on our path of, doing a good job on the line and protecting our QB and just helping our offense.
Casey, it seems like you guys are a very tight group. Is that at least looking from the outside? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. I would say so.
All right. You look like it really helps your play. Robert, we'll move over to you. Talk to us a little about the defense, about some of the things you've improved on and some of the things maybe you're still working on.
I think this year one of the biggest differences I've noticed is pretty much everybody on the field our bond is crazy. Like, we see each other every single day at practice, but we're also seeing each other outside of practice, watching film and doing everything we can. And we're picking up tendencies throughout the week so that when we see it in game, it's pretty much just a reaction. We don't really have to think much. We just play. And I think we're looking really strong. Our physicality has gotten a lot better throughout the couple of weeks that we played. And I think heading into the playoffs in this last home game against Richardson, we're looking pretty good.
Right. And, you guys, much like the offensive line, you guys seem to be incredibly close. And there's a lot of you. There's a lot more than 11 guys that can to contribute every night. How much does that help you to have that many guys who all can contribute and do their job?
It helps a lot because it gets a lot of guys a breather, and a lot of guys can go on the sideline and kind of get a little break and come back really fresh and have fresh legs. So they still got their motor going really good throughout the whole game.
And Mac, would you say the same thing applies to the cornerbacks?
I would. We got a lot of depth. We got a lot of depth in the secondary. We've been working hard in practice. Throughout the season, you get better and better each week. And I think that getting towards the end of the season, we've kind of hit our goals, and we're just getting better and better each week. Practices are getting better. They're getting sharper. And, so we're doing well.
You guys have really been impressive so far to this point. As most people know, you guys are now 8-0 and have beaten some very good teams to get to that mark. What is the key in your mind for continuing to rack up wins? What is it you guys individually or as a team have to do? Mac, we'll go back to you.
I think it's communication on and off the field and being in the film room. When you're playing, you're just playing. But when you're off the field, it's what you do off the field, how you evaluate film, how much you're watching, how much you're learning to play with the guys on the field with you. And I think that plays a huge role on how you play in practice and in the film room, how it correlates to how you do on the field.
And how long did it take you to learn that it's not just going out there and playing on Friday night or Thursday night or whenever you might be, but it's all the little things that go into it along the way?
You learn pretty quickly. As the season goes on, it gets easier and it becomes more of a habit. And, because everyone's trying to get in the groove of the season. And once you get towards the end of the season, in the middle of the season, you're trying to lock it down. You're trying to get all the assignments right, limit all the busts, and just play. Go out there and play mindless and just be able to just do the assignments.
Right. You guys have done a good job of that. Robert, how about from your point of view as a linebacker?
I agree with Mac. I think practice has really been our strongest point this year in getting prepared for stuff. I think especially recently we've decided to make practices a lot more sharp and a lot more everybody's a lot more locked in during practice. I think last week was probably our best week of practice. You could see a huge difference from the beginning of the season to where we were, and just everybody's locked in, and we're kind of just at that point where it's like it's getting late in the season and it's time to go.
Yeah, I think everybody senses that. I mean, that's the unspoken deal when I watch practice. Is like, you guys know the big part is coming.
Yes,
Case, we'll go to you. How about for the offensive line? What's the key in your mind to continuing to rack up wins and putting the Scots in a position to have a deep run in the playoffs?
Well, I also agree with Mac. Communication plays a big role. And without communication, we may not get our assignments, and we need to make sure that we don't get too comfortable in playing, and we need to continue to treat it like it's the beginning of the season, that we're 0-0, and just we need to make sure that we keep our tempo and our physicality going. And that's what we need to, stay strong as an offensive line.
Right. Is there still in the back of y'all's minds? Is there still that sting of that Wakeland game going? We could have won that thing, and you might have gone a long way. And is that the motivation to really stay sharp?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, you guys seem like you're doing a good job of that so far. Let's go to some individual questions. Mac, we'll start with you. You were slotted to compete for a starting cornerback job at the start of the year, but have been battling injuries not only this year, but had to deal with some significant injuries in the past. Tell us about what you've been dealing with and how you've been mentally fighting to overcome it and get back to on the field like you are now.
Yeah. So, I started off pretty hot and then came down with an ankle injury. Yep. It's been tough. It's been good to get back though. You got a lot of good guys around you. All the players, they want you to get back. They know the value you have to your team, whether you're a starter, backup, or a bench player, it doesn't matter. And the coaches know that too, and they know everyone plays a role. And, getting back into the groove was tough at the beginning. You're not at the spot that you wanted to be or where you were when you first got hurt. Mm-hmm. But it takes a few weeks, and once you feel you're ready to go, you're mentally starting to get more sharp physically, and then you start to get more trust in that. In my ankle, I'm getting more trust, and I'm ready to go.
Right. And you've been back now a couple of games. Am I right there?
Few games. I think my first game back was Jesuit. I want to say it was Jesuit.
And then you've gradually been getting obviously more and more playing time along the way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And like we talked about, having a lot of guys ready and able to play is going to be key as we move down the road towards the playoffs. Mac, you had a whole family that's played at Highland Park. Your dad played here. Of course, we all remember your brother Marshall winning 2 state championships here. How did that experience impact you as a player and make you the player you are today?
I obviously didn't get to see my dad play, but he talks about it all the time.
Yeah, but he gives you the stories, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Watching Marshall play, I went to every single game. He was a 3-year varsity player, so I went to a ton of games. And when you get to watch him win that state championship, and even just being in the bleachers and watching him win, getting chills, you want that feeling, you chase that feeling. And when it's your time to go, you better be ready to go, because a lot of guys are counting on you. You're counting on them, and the coaches, they do their part, you do their part, you do your part. Sorry, and everything should work out.
Right. Does having seen your brother do it and that team do it make it all the more seem real that you guys are really in the same position as they were in when they were getting ready to go to the playoffs that first year?
Yeah, it does. And that 16 team, when they lost that final game of the regular season. Yep. And I think that lit a fire on that team. And I think we all have something to prove. That's our motto this year. And we've been going through this season with just a certain almost a vengeance, especially for that Wakeland loss. And everyone's ready to go knock some heads around and go have fun and win games.
All right. Well, it's your turn now, and you certainly started off the season well doing that. Case, we'll move over to you. You got your first start Friday night, filling in for the injured Lawson Petty at left tackle. Up until this point, you've been playing center and guard. How difficult was that transition to jump in there at left tackle?
It was definitely difficult, but throughout the week, with the guidance of my teammates and my coaches, and going through every play with every different front, I eventually got comfortable. And then even throughout the game, with my teammates helping me make calls and, calling the fronts, it definitely helped me. I was grateful for the opportunity, and I'm just grateful for all the assistance I've been given. And yeah, I've just had a lot of, help, and it's helped me a lot with, learning this new position and all.
That's the greatest thing about football is if you got good teammates, you got a lot of help. You got a lot of guys, willing to pitch in. Was the speed of the game what you anticipated, or were things flying around pretty fast?
I'm pretty sure I was overthinking it. It was a little more, slower than I thought, and I was able to, process things more, better than I thought I was able or was going to be able to do.
Right.
So that definitely helped me.
So you're definitely in a position to be the sixth man now, because you can play center, guard, and tackle. Do you have a preference?
Well, I have been playing center the longest. So even though, you have to snap the ball and it's one of the most important positions on the line, I'd probably say center would probably be my preference, but I love playing anywhere on the line,
Right. Anywhere on the field, I'm sure is good.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're playing with a bunch of seniors and a couple of sophomores as well, but seniors is what I'm interested in. What are some of the things those guys, the seniors anyway, have taught you, or some of the keys for success that have spilled over into your play based on their leadership?
Well, the one thing that has held me back this season is, the anxiety that comes with, practices and getting ready for games and knowing your assignments. And, all the seniors have definitely helped me, overcome that and, just help me focus on, what I need to do and not focus on other things that can hold me back. And it's just, without them, I would probably be a train wreck. And so I'm really grateful for all of them.
I doubt you'd be a train wreck, but it obviously helps to have some older guys who've been there taking you under their wing. And obviously someday you'll probably do the same for a junior next year.
Yes, sir.
Hope so. Robert, we'll move over to you. You're coming off a junior year where you were named second team all-district in 2021 and saw quite a bit of playing time. What did you learn from that experience and last year and that you've tried to bring forward into this year?
I think just having that first year of having a whole season on varsity and all the experience and getting to see like all the regular season games and then seeing a little bit of the playoffs, I think that really helped me with my experience. And so I came into this year really motivated and I wanted to get farther than we did last year. And I knew how to make people feel better at practice and make them feel more confident in themselves and, kind of just spreading good energy around to the whole team, especially people who haven't been there before.
All right. It's a key point right there. How important is that? I mean, you obviously recognize the importance of it, but that's part of being a good leader. How do you do that? How do you spread good energy? Do you just compliment guys when they do something great, or is it more than that?
Well, it's a long season. I'll tell you that. It's a really long season and practice can get tough sometimes. And I know a lot of guys get really tired and there's a lot of injuries and stuff. So I think the best thing to do is just let them know that we're all feeling it. We're all feeling the same type of thing and it's a long season, but, if we stick together and we keep riding it out together, then we'll go farther. It's the teams that can't go that long and have the same morale that lose. So.
Right. Interesting thing is it's a long season, but then again, it's a short season.
Yeah,
so
it'll feel short at the end.
It just depends on where you are.
Yes, sir.
Robert, unfortunately, you've been dealing with some nagging injuries like Mac that kept you off the field as much as you would like. Tell us about those and kind of where you are now.
Yeah, so last year I hurt my shoulder it was the Sherman game, actually. It was midseason. Tore my labrum and decided to just play the rest of the year and just kind of stick it out. And then after the season, I got an MRI and they decided we should do surgery. So I got surgery and just been doing physical therapy and getting stronger and lifting and came back into this season. And then the Louisville game, it kind of got hurt again and we're not really sure what happened. But I took a couple of games where I just wanted to let it rest and heal back up to where I know I could play on it. And so now I'm really getting back in the groove of things and playing a lot more and stuff. And I feel really confident in it.
Well, nobody likes to be hurt, but from a team standpoint, it forces you to develop some depth. And that's depth y'all are going to need in the playoffs because, it's a long road and you're going to have people banged up from time to time like you've been. And that's a good thing. Well, you've been doing a great job since you've returned, and we hope you're there for the rest of the year without any other problems.
Sure.
Something I'd like to, I'm always interested to hear, who the biggest impact has been on you guys as a coach, maybe as just a person, and then some of your YMCA accomplishments, because every time I mention YMCA, most guys who played anyway smile about some guy they played with back then. Case, we'll go back to you. You played for the YMCA for the Predators, right?
Yes, sir.
Great. You mentioned a story about chasing down Steele Tobin at the 1 yard line.
So our very first game, I'm pretty sure it was back in fourth grade. And I just remember being so excited for that game, getting to play against all my friends and everything. yeah, towards the end, getting to make that play and stop him right before he got to the end zone, and is an amazing feeling. And I feel like that was kind of the foundation to, just my fire and my just strive to do well and just have fun playing football. It was like my motivation.
Great story. How about your most influential coach?
Well, my coach, my Predators coach, Coach Knippa, he definitely taught me a lot and, just helped me as a player. And I looked up to him. He would always help me with, anything I was struggling with.
Mm-hmm.
And some games I would get down if, I didn't make a tackle or just made a mistake, and he'd always, cheer me up.
Right.
I was really thankful for that.
Was he your Y coach, your middle school coach, or what?
He was also my Predators YMCA coach.
Okay, your Y
first football coach I ever had.
And how about the biggest impact? What person's had the biggest impact? I know there's probably a lot, but
yes, sir. Well, I'd probably have to say my father has had the biggest impact on me. Just like Coach Knippa. Whenever I've been feeling down, especially in other sports, basketball, baseball.
Yep.
After if there's ever a time after a game where, I wasn't satisfied with what I did, he always knew what to say to, change my mindset. And I feel like that has, just helped me throughout my, athletic career. And just without him, I, wouldn't be where I am today with my, with football and everything. And I'm so grateful for what he's, done for me and taught me. So, yeah.
Yeah, great thoughts. I appreciate it, Case. Let's move over to Mac. Mac, you played for the Titans with, it looks like Jackson Heights and Sam Webster.
I did, yes.
Any good stories from those games?
I'm trying to think of one. I think the best one I played for Cowboys with Remy for a little bit, but YMCA, I played one season, and I think the best memory I probably have is I played through strep throat and however old you are.
Yeah.
And, I came out of there thinking I was all like boss hog, like, oh, I'm so tough, but
you're a tough guy.
Yeah. I'm a tough fifth grader or however old you are when you're doing that.
And how about your most influential coach?
The coaches that I got right now, Coach Eason and Coach Smith, the way they carry themselves, the way they interact with players, they're always communicating with their players. They always make an effort to reach out, and they're just good men, and
right.
Look up to them, both of them.
Right, two good guys. I can vouch for you there. Those are two great ones. And then, role model, adults, anybody else had a huge impact on your life?
Yeah, definitely my dad and my brother for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just the, same thing, the way they carry themselves.
And you better throw your mom in there too, so she doesn't get mad.
Yeah, so she doesn't get mad at me. Yeah, but yeah, those guys for sure. The way they work, watching how hard Marshall worked through high school.
Right.
It was good to see. It's a good role model.
Right. Well, those are good people, definitely. Robert, we'll move over to you now. I understand you did not play Y, but you did play for the Cowboys, as Mac pointed out a minute ago. Along with, several Storr, Schrank, Lilly, Gotreve. You guys had a mini Highland Park Scots team. What was that like?
It was so much fun. I think that's kind of like where our bond started. I mean, we've been playing together for as long as I can remember, really. I moved here in third grade, and that's all the football I've remembered is with those guys. So it's been a long time.
Right. Well, I'm sure playing together, that it was an 11-man league, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir.
So y'all started early.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How about most influential coach?
I'm
sure
as
you
Matt
have
said,
several.
all the coaches right now I love. I think the one I'd like to point out is Coach Bean. He left this year to go he got a head coaching job, head basketball coach. And I think last year, since it was my first year really like learning the ropes of varsity football and stuff like that, he really helped me he guided me and he had my back through everything, taught me a lot. So I'd say Coach Bean.
Right. And how about who's an adult had the biggest impact on you?
I would say my mom and dad for sure. They both really have. They've both always really been there for me, and I love them both.
Right. Well, good for you for knowing that, and for them being there for you, guys. Last question. This is kind of a broad question for all of you. You guys are all aware of what a special community that Highland Park is, but what does it mean to each of you guys to get to grow up in a community such as this, and not only that, but play for a team with the history and tradition of the Highland Park Scots? What does that mean to you, and how important is that? Case, why don't we start with you?
I've had so many influences, starting from elementary school all the way up to high school, and just being able to see all of the, players ahead of me, older than me, like when I was in middle school, seeing all the high school players and, going to the varsity games and, watching them and just seeing how, cheerful they'd be on the sidelines and how hard they played and how physical they were. I think it really shaped me as a, football player. Back to the influences I've had, so many like friends and especially the Highland Park coaches that have just influenced me as a player and just helped me be better and get faster and stronger. And, I've loved being in this community, and I think it's been great for me so far, and I'm excited for what's to come.
Great thoughts. Robert, we'll move over to you.
I think one of the coolest things is when I was younger, the hold the ropes deal. Every time I got a high five from one of the players, it was like one of the coolest feelings ever. And I would always be like, holy cow, they're so big. And seeing them on the field making plays, like thinking they were like NFL guys, like thinking they were crazy. Now getting to walk through the ropes and seeing that little kid, seeing me and that little kid and giving him a high five, seeing him smile and seeing everything. And just our community's crazy. And growing up here is a really cool deal.
Right. And you've done your part to keep that going. Hard to believe that you were one of those little kids at one time, and now you're the guy those little ones on the railing are looking up to. Mac, we'll finish with you. What are your thoughts on getting to, follow your brother and grow up in a situation with a community like this?
It's pretty cool. Like Robert said, you get to hold the rope. And I think the coolest part about the whole thing is, the tradition is stayed the same. 15 years ago, you watch people hold the rope and walk, and 15 years later, now we get to do it. And, they say it at HP all the time, tradition never graduates, and, it's true. And the kids will get to experience it one day, and it's a pretty cool experience.
Right. It's certainly a special place to grow up and a place to play that I don't think any of us appreciate fully till you get a little older, but you guys are well along the way. Well, guys, as we talked about, you're off to an 8-0 start. But as you know, no matter what your start is, you got to keep playing just one game at a time, because that's all that matters when you get to the playoffs. And we're close to that now. We wish you the best of luck tonight as you battle the Richardson Eagles and for the rest of the season down the road. Thanks so much for being with us. Case?
Thank you.
Mac?
Thank you.
And Robert?
Thank you.
Tonight's player profile has been brought to you by Madden Asset Management, global capabilities from the people you trust, and by Me for Men. You're watching Highland Park Football, sponsored by the Sewell Automotive Group on Game On Sports Network.
Well, as you can see right there, we're in a weather delay here at Highlander Stadium. It is supposed to be Highland Park and Richardson playing right now, but we've got rain and lightning, and the lightning is the problem, and it lightning again just a couple of minutes ago, so we're in another 30-minute window that we've got to wait out.
Right, and so you're going to get to hear us make predictions and talk about the season. So our Mike McAbee's going to give us some previous stats, but one way or another, we'll hopefully get this game in sooner rather than later.
Well, it was going to be Highland Park and Richardson, and we're still hoping that we do get the game in. This would be the 14th time that these two schools have met, and the Scots have won 7 consecutive games. This is a series that started back in 1962 with a 7-0 Highland Park win. So they've been playing for a long time, and hopefully we'll get the game in tonight.
Back when Richardson was as far out as Plano or as far out as Frisco is today. That was Richardson was back then.
When you probably thought we have to go all the way to Richardson.
That's right. Yeah. Is there a highway that goes all the way out there?
Other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is, as Jay joins us here, the playoff situation, because Highland Park's already sewed up a playoff position, and as we look and kind of project on what's going to happen, first round of the playoffs, they'll get a team out of 8 6A, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And we were talking about this earlier. It probably is going to be
we're anticipating it to be Arlington Bowie, but it's still, I think there's a possibility Arlington Lamar could sneak in there as well, possibly even Arlington High. But one of those 3 schools will probably be Highland Park's first round opponent, and it will be a home game for the Scots because they're going, if they go ahead tonight and win the district championship.
You look at Arlington right now, it's at 5-3. Arlington Bowie is at 4-4. These are overall records, not district. And Lamar's at 3-5. So they'll play a team that's possibly a little over 500, but not going to be anybody that's got a wildly winning record.
Right. It'll be it could have been a second place team, but I think in this district it will probably be third or fourth.
This is kind of interesting to look at the playoff picture this year, because Highland Park is going to be in there with districts out of District 1 6A, out of 2 6A, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 6A. So we see, if you move on, you see different schools than we saw the last, 5 or 6 years.
It's the West Texas region, and so this is the first time Highland Park's been a part of that West Texas region, especially in 6A. We've always been the East Texas region and gone east. Now, with this work, the way this set up, feasibly, Highland Park could play an El Paso school.
In the years I've been watching Highland Park, and it's close to 50, the farthest I've seen them go west, of course, was that game in '84 in weather like this, but colder against Odessa Permian.
Yep.
But beyond that game, the farthest west I can remember any game being was probably the '80. What year was it that they played Denison in the semifinals of 4A at TCU?
That was 1998, I believe.
Yeah. See, I come from a background of, I started covering the Arlington schools were the first schools that I covered for television, and got used to going out and sending camera crews out to Midland, and then doing the broadcast from the studio because we couldn't afford to send the whole crew out there. But yeah, I was definitely have seen a lot of those, the Permians and coming out of the mid cities, seeing those schools. The thing is, there's such tradition laden schools out there. The El Paso schools, the Abilene schools, of course, both Midland and of course Odessa and Odessa Permian. It's just the thing. Imagine what you have here in Highland Park, but it's the whole town, and there's nothing else surrounding it.
Yeah. And if you look at District 1, that's going to be the Franklin, East Lake, Pebble Hills, Eastwood, Coronado, Socorro. That's going to be the Lubbock generally area. And then out of District 2 is where you get what you're talking about, Permian. You get Abilene, Midland Legacy. You get San Angelo Central out of that district, Midland High and Odessa High. Right. So those are the kind of the teams you're talking about.
A lot of road trips between those places.
Usually it's much later in the playoffs when you run into those guys. Now this could be totally different. It'll be just Arlington this year, the way things have shaken out. But I remember when I was in high school, we had a playoff game with Arlington. And Arlington Colts High. There was only Arlington then, and Arlington beat us first round. But it's been a long time.
But before we get even thinking about going way out west, you got to worry about the second round, because if the Scots were to win that first round playoff game, looks like it's going to be Denton Geyer, who is loaded for bear this year. I mean, they have got some talent.
But everybody who we go after the game to eat, and we listen to people talk, and I'm telling you, in 16 and 17 and 18, I went to watch Denton Ryan prior to the Scots getting to play them. I watched them for 3 weeks, and I remember thinking, I can say now, I don't know if we can beat these guys. And the Scots did what? They find a way to beat them, a Denton Ryan team that probably had much more athletic talent than Highland Park did 3 years in a row. So you don't ever count the Scots out. I don't care who they're playing. And really, the bigger the opponent, the more the Highland Park kids are going to tune in, focus in, and they're going to be razor sharp. I can tell you
and those
that.
games were the state semifinals, so it was the build up to those games and the 5 weeks deep to the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm being told that we've got video of last night's Highland Park JV Blue game, and we're still in a rain delay. They put another 30 minutes up on the clock, so we're going to go and relive some of the action from last night's JV Blue game, and we will hopefully in about 30 minutes from now be ready to get this game kicked off.
Is this what a podcast would be like?
I think so. I think so. So let's send it back to the truck, and they're going to replay last night's game.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
Well, as you can see, we've still got rain here at Highlander Stadium, and we have lightning still. They backed us up another 30 minutes. As you can see the clock counting down right there. So we're going to switch to a Highland Park 8th grade game. Highland Park 8th graders taking on McKinney Johnson, and we'll stand by. And hopefully this weather moves out, and we'll get your varsity action coming up. But right now, we've got 8th grade gold game against McKinney Johnson.
Welcome to Highlander Stadium. This is Raider football presented by Game On Sports. Will Washington here with former Scots placeholder Mikey Lamar. And Mikey, after the Raiders have been on the road for a couple of weeks here, they're back here tonight against the McKinney Johnson Tigers Orange team. And they're looking forward to getting back out here in front of the home fans at Highlander Stadium.
Yeah, well, it's great to be here. Great to be back with Raider football, back at home. Big game coming up. We've got a big game next week, but I expect the boys not to be looking ahead, be focused on tonight, and to come out ready to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Raiders looks like going to start with the ball here tonight. And we all know they have a prolific offense. Looks like they're going to be kicking to Brooks Biggers, starting running back. And Mikey, we've seen him take a couple kicks back here so far this season, so we know how dangerous he is.
We do. We got a little taste of it on Friday night from Bo Lilly, kind of an older version of Brooks. And so tonight we get to see Brooks do his thing. I'm excited to see it. He's always dangerous back there, so it's fun to watch.
He definitely is. So, Mikey, as the Raiders offense is getting set to take the point to go quite to Biggers, which, as we say, is usually a good decision, but a nice move there That is Max Green, and he is still up. He breaks the tackles, and he goes left. He's got nothing but green grass in front of him, trying to see if he can get a block here. Makes a guy miss. He takes it in. Max Green, touchdown Raiders, an ideal start for Highland Park.
I mean, that was incredible. They try to kick it away from Biggers, which is the move. Goes straight to Max, and he breaks a couple tackles, switches the field, and then outruns all the defenders. Unbelievable. What a start to the game for the Raiders.
Check this out. We've got instant replay here tonight, courtesy of Game On Sports. So, short kick there. Max Green takes it. Check this out here. Guys trying to bring him down. Look at that strength. Breaks the tackles. Be easy to kind of just go down there, give up on the play. Goes completely the other direction. Makes a guy miss, takes it in there. An ideal start for the Raiders here, Mikey.
That really was. You know, they say Houdini's dead, but we might have just seen him on the field right there. That was incredible. Sneaking around and switching field.
Really doing a good job there for the Raiders. And Max Green, of course, kicking the extra points. And he has been lights out this season for Highland Park. And really, we've been talking about it throughout the season, Mikey, but the Raiders have been outstanding on special teams. Right on cue as that one goes through the uprights. We talk about their offense, we talk about their defense, but every game we've called, their special teams units have absolutely dominated.
Yeah. Well, football is a game of 3 phases. Some people only think it's 2, but there are indeed 3, and the Raiders are excellent in all 3, and special teams really stands out. Whoever their special teams coordinator is, I'd say give them a raise.
Well, we know that in this program, both you and I played for Highland Park, and we know that they heavily emphasize the special teams. They do it at the high school level. That starts in the middle school level. They're working really hard on these units, and you can see that. They're putting playmakers out there, really giving them chances to do things with the ball. And when you've got guys like that, you know, Max Green is a starting receiver for the Raiders, and he's one of Buck Randall's big targets on the outside. When you get a guy that's a big target like that as a receiver, but he can run a kick showing that speed, that's a really big advantage for an offense.
Yeah, and you see it top to bottom in this program. I mean, I was talking about it earlier on Friday night. Bo Lilly had back-to-back kick return touchdowns. I guess technically one was a punt return off of safety, but same thing basically. But yeah, the emphasis on special teams, and I remember my time in the program as a placeholder, they really emphasize special teams a lot, and yeah, it shows from top to bottom in this program.
Bo Lilly, of course, as you're mentioning, getting 2 special teams touchdowns back-to-back. We were trying to figure it out. We were up here in the press box watching that one, if that had ever been done before. He also had a one-handed catch. So really great stuff for the Varsity Scots. And we've got some Varsity Scots that are going to be joining us here in a little bit as usual. We're going to get some of these guys on. We've got some fun ones here tonight. We've got Brady Dotrieve, who's a starting safety and player committee member for the Scots. Then this is the fun one, Mikey. Pull this off. We had to talk to some agents.
Back there, but today we're giving them some love, and you know the offensive line deserves it.
This Raiders defense gets out there, and they've been having a really good season so far. It's a quick handoff. Raiders really getting the backfield there, but still getting a few yards out of that play. And Mikey, we've been talking about this all season long. The way that the Raiders defense works, and especially the Scots at the varsity level, is they're really trying to plug these gaps with these 3 defensive linemen so the linebackers can go make plays. And so far throughout the season, this defensive line has really been doing their job.
Yeah, you know, they say the D-line works so the linebackers can eat, and we see that day in, day out. And right there at the end, making a play, getting off his block and making a great tackle.
Yeah, that's Cole Johnson, who was my player of the game on defense the last time we were here. I think he's a really good defensive end. That's exactly what you want to see from that position. Does a really good job filling his gap and pursuing the ball right there. And then when you get a defensive lineman to break through right there, that really makes it easier on the linebackers. And you see Beckett Curtis following right behind him there, inside backer. And that's really key to this defense, the outside backer and the defensive end just being on the same page like that.
Yeah, Cole did a great job using his hands there, extending his arms and making the tackle.
At 3rd and 5. And Cole Johnson goes around and throws the quarterback down. Cole Johnson dominating so far in this defensive line. That'll bring up a 4th down for the Tigers.
On the stop for the Raiders.
Look at that swim move right there from Cole Johnson. Just great technique there, getting in the backfield, throwing a guy down like that.
Yeah, as I'm saying, as I'm complimenting him for his extending his arms, getting around that tackle, he does it the exact.
The Tigers of McKinney Johnson look to punt. That is Brooks Biggers to receive. And he will give this one a return. Elusive is Brooks Biggers. Got him dancing across into Tigers territory. And that is one man that you cannot give up until you bring him down, because he is elusive. He's going to dance a little bit. Check out these moves right here on this replay. You can see a little shake here from Brooks Biggers. It's so hard to bring him down. You really got to wrap him up at the point of contact. And he's more physical than you would think. A guy that's that elusive and has that much agility, he can really fall forward and knock people down. So he's a dangerous player for the Raiders.
Yeah, if you see it on the punt return, I mean, you have to be fearless to return those punts, and you see it there. You see it in his physicality. Just a complete player.
Buck Randall, starting quarterback for the Raiders. He's having a great season so far. He drops back to throw on this first play of the game, evades pressure. He's got a wide open Brooks Biggers on the right side, and he will take it all the way in. Touchdown, Raiders. Randall to Biggers.
I mean, what did I just say? He's a complete player. He's not scared of contact, and he can catch the ball out of the backfield. That's what you want in a running back. And I mean, looked like Christian McCaffrey right there.
Check this out. The Raiders vacate the right side of the field with these receivers on the right. Gives Brooks Biggers nobody around him. Nobody picks him up. And that's a staple of this Highland Park offense, is they're really good at clearing out space and running guys out of the backfield. We see it with Jay Cox for the Varsity. We see it with Wilson Axley for the Varsity. You're seeing it with Brooks Biggers. He's going to have a really good career here.
Yeah. Hard to say anything that contradicts that.
And we're going to go ahead and be joined by our first guest here. This is Brady Dotrieve. He's a starting safety and player committee member for the Raiders. He's going to be coming in here in just a minute. We're going to talk to him about how the varsity's doing and ask him some questions, just memories from 8th grade football, and get him to give us some takes on this game, especially as this Raider defense is coming back out here. So this is Brady Dotrieve. Welcome to the Game On Sports broadcast. And there we go. We're glad you're here straight out of practice.
Yeah.
And you said it's a demanding practice here today on a Tuesday. But back here, first of all, how's it feel to be up here? It wasn't that long ago you were playing 8th grade football. How's it feel to get back up here and watch them?
I mean, it's awesome to watch from up here. Like, kind of shocks me how long ago that was. It feels like it was maybe just like last year or something like that. But like, now we're watching it. It kind of feels odd.
And so we're going to talk to you about the varsity season so far. Will Washington, Mike Lamar here with Brady Dotrieve. So starting safety and player committee member for the Scots. So you guys having a really good season so far. And let's just talk about being a member of the player committee. You know, a lot of guys, you know, you're moving on to the seniors. A lot of guys graduate, and so it's really important to replenish the leadership here as the Tigers return this one. It's a lot of running wide, but a nice little return there as a flag is on the ground. So Brady, just tell us what goes into being a leader on this varsity team as you now getting your shot at that.
Well, I mean, first off, I'm honored to be part of it. It just feels great to be able to have people looking up to me every single day. And, like, it's just a great feeling that I can, like, lead people and just show them, like, through the way I play and the way I conduct myself. That's the main thing I like to think about. And I mean, just, like, as you see your team, like, when you're a leader of it, you really realize how special it is. And it's just, like, amazing how, like, close people can be and, like, how we're brothers on the team like that.
And so far, the defense has been doing really well. So we're going to get your comments on this Raider team because that one's going to be going back. I think there might have been a block in the back there.
Yep.
And there was, right on cue. We hear it over the loudspeaker. So, Brady, as we get going here, you can tell they're backed up a little bit here. What are you guys thinking about as a defense? I mean, are you going to play aggressive right here? What's going through your mind in this particular situation here?
Typically, teams right now, first, second down, they like to take a shot if they're backed up just to get out of the situation. So we might be in some pass coverage with too high. We might have free safeties on the top. But we'll see here. They decided to just run it to play it safe, but I bet you coming second down right here, they're going to take a shot and get out of the situation. So you just got to be conservative with your defense. You just hope to make them punt and then get great field position for your offense.
And that was a physical play there by Hudson Beal, just breaking through the line right there. It's like he's starting inside linebacker for the Raiders. It's going to bring up a 2nd and 12. Brady, as a defensive back, especially with these spread offenses, you got to defend the pass, but you also have to be ready to defend the run. So as a safety, how do you think through doing both of these things and make sure that you're alert on each play when you could be threatened with a run or a pass?
I mean, first thing is all about your eyes. That's the most important part about being a safety.
Oh, that's almost intercepted, just dropped.
Almost pick six right there.
That was almost right into the end zone. That's Griffin Hamner, who also plays receiver for the Raiders, in position, just couldn't quite get it in. That one might have felt a little too good to be true. He might have been shocked that was in his hands right there. Look at that, Reed.
Saw the ball, got real excited.
When you're used to catching lasers from Buck, some of those can just come a little too slow for you.
Yeah, maybe he was running a little too fast. That's a good point. So, Brady, we're going to get back to that question, but this brings up a 3rd and 12. So we'll ask you this after this play right here. So that's 2 plays on this drive and 2 really good things for the Raiders. You can tell they're aggressive here tonight. Send a man in motion.
just watch your key before every single play, and the receiver tells you a lot pre-stance and with their alignment and all that. And then once you see what they do, you can't hesitate at all. Because if you hesitate for 1 second and then they throw it, you're beat deep. And then if you hesitate coming down and it's a run play, they can get outside you, you lose your leverage, and you just got to be able to make a play. Because you got to make everyone right in the run game especially too. And then you got your responsibility in the deep side of the field too.
So Will Washington here with Mikey Lamar and Scott's safety and player committee member Brady Dotrieve. This is Raider football presented by Game On Sports. 3:27 left in the first quarter. Raiders up 16-0, and they've got really good field position right here. That pass is caught. There's a flag on the play there. It might have been caught by, let's see here. It's hobbling a little bit. I thought that was an offensive lineman. They caught that right there. I think it was. And we apologize. We lost audio for a few minutes right there, but we are back on here. Raiders up 16-0 here at home as there is a flag on the play. And that is, in fact, Del Storr, younger brother of Raiders, or Scott's starting quarterback, Brennan Storr, in the game. Raiders have two very talented quarterbacks in Buck Randall and Del Storr. So in this kind of matchup, you'd expect both of them to get some good time here. So check out this replay right here. Del under pressure, gets rid of it while he gets hit. And there's a nice heads-up play there by it was, and we apologize. We lost audio. Storr completes that pass. That one is complete to Preston Halsey, who's been injured a little bit this season. He's back at running back. We apologize. We lost audio again, some technical difficulties, but we are back here from Highlander Stadium. Raiders versus the Tigers. Will Washington, Mikey Lamar here with Scott's safety, Brady Dotrieve. And Mikey, you've got a question for Brady here.
Yeah, Brady, I was curious. I know Coach Eason's y'all's position coach at safety. He was a coach when I was here. Just wanted to ask, what's it like playing for him, and how does he get the best out of y'all on a week-to-week basis?
My favorite thing about it is you never know if you're going to go out there and he's going to praise you all day or he's going to chew you out all day.
Yeah.
You kind of just got to be ready for whatever happens, and you can't have a single bad rep with him. That's just like, he brings out the best in you. Like, although sometimes it's real hard, like with him coaching you, he just brings out the best no matter what. And it's just a great influence on me, and I just love the fact that he's my coach.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what great coaches do, too.
Yeah. He makes football practice hard every single day, but makes me a better player, so I like it.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff there from Brady Dotrieve. Brady, let's talk about your season so far. Crunched some numbers earlier, so hopefully this is accurate, but I've got the varsity defense allowing just 16.1 points per game. And knowing how Coach Leidner thinks, he probably thinks that's too high. But that's a really good number. You guys are holding teams to not a lot of points. A lot of new guys playing defense this year.
Yeah.
What's going into this successful defense so far this season? Really doing a good job, especially in district play here.
Well, first thing, as you were saying about Coach Leidner, definitely he's like, we got to do better every single day. And we're focusing on that every single week. Like, whenever I walked in here, you were talking about how I was telling you earlier, how today's practice was pretty rough. So our defense, we had a few busts here and there, and Coach Leidner wasn't too happy, so we were doing up-downs, working for it. Had a little punishment at the end of practice for loafs, and basically a loaf is whenever you don't show full effort on a play and finish the play all the way. So that's like one of the key things that we do as a defense, because he sees the key to good defenses and like not letting a lot of points up. You just can't get tired at all. So whenever we show like we're tired in practice and like maybe we're not going full on a play, we'll pay for it. So then whenever we get into a game situation, we just wear the other team out to where they don't want to score points anymore.
It's a great insight there from Brady Dotrieve as the officials trying to figure out the situation here on the field. So we're just going to keep talking to Brady while we have a chance here, and you can get a little insight into our Game On Sports booth here as Trevor Van Dam, Cookie Hawkins doing a great job bringing us this action tonight. And Brady, talking about that, I mean, Mikey and I, we were on the sideline for a little bit of that game. I mean, you guys won the game 51-6, I believe.
Yeah.
And so that first drive was a pretty long drive, and I don't think they got any points out of it. But Coach Leitner wasn't happy. We could kind of tell there was some conversation going on. And then, you know, you guys have that hard practice today. I mean, you beat the team 51-6, but you have such this high standard. So how do you guys keep this going week to week and make sure the focus is, as team leaders and as a defense, as you guys go into the final few games of the regular season here?
Yeah, I mean, that's always our main concern every single week, because once we, like every single year, is like the Scots, we'll get in a district play, and our standard just remains so high, and we'll see that teams, we'll just beat teams, and that's just kind of our tradition here, which is a great thing. But don't get us wrong, we work for it. We work super hard for it. And once we get to that point, it's just every day we show up to practice. Before practice, we just got to get amped up and just know what we're playing for. Because we're not playing to win on Friday, we're playing for a state championship. And that's every single Friday we're playing that. So we just want to go 1-0 every single week and just keep the standards super high. So after that first drive, they drove down on us, and I think it was somewhat 20 plays maybe is what it was, which is abnormal for how long a drive should be. And we got to that sideline, and after that, we just knew we couldn't let that happen again in the game. Just got to show up and just play how we play Scott football.
Yeah, those types of drives wear you out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that
sure.
really tests your conditioning, and that's what you guys work so hard for in the hot Texas summers. You guys are really, really trying to stay conditioned. There's still a little bit of confusion here on the field. That one's going to back up a little bit, it looks like. Can't totally tell what they're discussing, Mikey, but looks like they're about ready to go here again, as we've got 1:37 left in this opening quarter. Raiders up 16-0. Here's a shot of the previous play right here. Just a handoff right up the middle there to Halsey. And he's a good runner, Mikey.
Mm-hmm.
I run into him at the YMCA periodically.
Yep.
And see the guy working out, and he's lifting a lot of weight for an 8th grader. So that's a very strong 8th grader right there in the backfield. And looks like we're set to go again here. It's 1st and 10 from the 12 as Raiders send a man in motion. Snaps a little high. Store catches it. Flings it into the end zone. That's a touchdown for the Raiders. That one goes to Davis Buckroyd. And Mikey, we're going to see a replay here, but you got to watch this flick of the wrist here from Del Store. Gets a little bit of a high snap right here. He's patient and just flings it to a man in the end zone. That's some arm talent there from Del.
Yeah, and a great read, too. I mean, I think the motion man is his first option on that play. You see the corner step up, cover that, and it left the outside receiver, Davis, wide open, and Del made the read and made the throw.
Green gets another extra point through there. So the Raiders are up 24-0 deep in this first quarter here. Will Washington with Mikey Lamar, Brady Dotrieve, the Scots safety. So Brady, we're going to ask you just a couple more questions here, and then we'll let you go. We know that you're trying to make it over to FCA tonight, which Coach Leitner, I believe, leads. Mm-hmm. And so it's awesome seeing these varsity guys involved in all sorts of these types of organizations and ministries like that. So we're going to try to get him out of here so he can get over to that. But Brady, give us a couple more questions for you, just for these guys that are going to watch the game afterwards, these 8th graders. You're now starting on varsity. You've been in the program since middle school. What advice, if you could tell these guys anything, what would you want them to know?
I just say commitment. I mean, it's really hard to explain the commitment you got to have to go through it all, and just once you get out there on a Friday night, because every single one of those kids has an opportunity to do that. Everything changes. You keep going, just push through all the way until you're junior, senior, playing on varsity. And that feeling when you're running out on the field on a Friday night, it's just worth everything. It's awesome. And it's just building relationships. Every single one of these guys right here are building relationships that they're never going to forget for the rest of their life. And it's just such a great thing just to be able to play on a Friday night at one night. Just eventually once you get there.
Great advice there from Brady Dotrieve as that kick is returned to about the 35-yard line. Tigers offense coming out here. And Mikey, they really need to get something going here. When you fall behind 24-0, that's really tough against this Raiders team, especially just given how quickly they can score. So if you're going to make this interesting, now would be the time to do so.
Yeah, it's tough when you get behind against this Raider defense because when you get behind, you're going to have to throw the ball. When you throw the ball, it opens up the pass rush for the defense. And, you know, Cole Johnson and those guys coming in on different blitzes that the DC dials up. It's not what you want as an opposing team.
It's like a false start right there, and Zaylen Carter, the quarterback, not happy about it. A little miscommunication. That's going to make it a little harder. So, Brady, let's get you one more question here, and then we'll let you go right now. You guys have a few more games left for this season. I believe that you guys are going to be at MacArthur Friday night, and then you've got the Richardson games, which are a lot of fun. You're going to play them, Richardson, I believe, at home, and then Pierce is away, and that used to be a rivalry. I actually almost got in trouble senior year. I brought some energy, we'll just say, to the Pierce away stadium. We'll leave it at that. And I was a passionate fan as a senior of the Scots, and that's always a big rivalry. But Brady, what do you guys need to do? What's your focus right now as a team as you guys kind of hit this final stretch and really get ready to start the playoffs here?
I mean, all of it's just keeping up what we're doing right now and just improving on it every single week. We've been emphasizing building brick by brick every single week, just getting better, just eliminating a bust. And that's just we got to keep doing because, like, by the time we get to the playoffs, we're going to have to be ready. We got to be ready to play because every single game could be our last. So right now we're just focusing on just not letting up, and we got to destroy the teams that we are way better than and play very well against the good teams as well. So that's what we're focusing on right now.
Mikey, right there, you just see as the Raiders get a fumble there. Cole Johnson just causing havoc once again. Normally, these defensive linemen line up in 4-eye, and you're going to see him kind of shift outside right here, makes an inside move, and he's just causing problems when the Raiders jump in. So made a little shift there, worked inside. That's just devastating stuff for the Raiders. Brady, we're so glad you joined us. We've been looking forward to this for a while. We wish you the best the rest of the season. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. I enjoyed it.
It was a lot of fun. We'll take your headset here, and then at the end of the quarter, we're going to get the offensive line as Brooks Biggers shaking a little bit, gets a positive gain on first.
Brooks Biggers on the carry for the Raiders.
And that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter. Raiders up 24-0 over the McKinney Johnson Tigers. Get a kickoff return from Max Green. You're going to see some replays right here, actually, of the first quarter highlights. There's Max Green, Mike. He's going right. Can't bring him down. The rest is pretty magical here.
Yeah. Cut back and going all the way down the sideline. Reminiscent of Reggie Bush, honestly. Just switching field like that.
That is really hard to do. Showing some physicality and some speed. Right here, look at this sack from Cole Johnson. He's just been causing so many problems for the Tigers in this first quarter so far. He's just getting better every game right here. And here's Buck Randall. Evades the pressure, flings it over to a wide open Brooks Biggers. He does the rest. That's a touchdown for the Raiders.
Yep. You know, something Brady was talking about, you just kind of hear the championship mentality that's instilled in these players that he has, that players on varsity have. And you see it here, just talking about no weeks off, taking every opponent seriously. And we talked about they have a big game next week, but so far the Raiders really are taking this one seriously and taking it to the Tigers.
And Mikey, as you see that, you see Del Store just flicking the wrist.
Yep.
Great arm talent. And then Cole Johnson, when you're a defensive lineman on 2 highlights in a quarter, that's pretty impressive. So great stuff from them. And Mikey, this is going to be fun. This is a pretty legendary moment. We've got the entire Highland Park Scots starting offensive line. We're going to start with Jake Watts and Whit Basso right here joining us as Randall flings it into the end zone. That one is just out of bounds. Almost had that one. You got to like the Raiders going deep to start this quarter here. Trying to see who that was intended to right there, Mikey. We're going to get this. Luke Cecil. I should have known that. He scored multiple times. Played a little DB for them. We're going to start talking to these linemen right after this play. It's 3rd and 6 for the Raiders. Randall keeps it on the option. He gets the first down and more, bringing the Raiders closer to the goal line. So Whit Basso, Jake Watts hanging out with us right here. So guys, why don't you tell us what position you play on the offensive line. We'll start with you right here, and then we're going to ask you guys what you think about this game so far.
Yes, thank you for having us. I'm Whit Basso. I'm a right guard on the offensive line.
I'm a left guard. I also play a little bit of left tackle.
So they're moving you guys around right here. And again, we've got the whole starting offensive line. They're behind us. We're going to bring them in at one point, talk to all of these guys. So 1st and goal for the Raiders. Send a man in motion. Randall rolls right. He's got a man open in the end zone. That is caught. That's a touchdown for Huck Corwin. And we've been saying that a lot this season, Mikey.
Yep.
Another connection between Randall and Corwin.
That was a great play design right there. Huck came in motion, got a little pick, reminiscent of the Clemson-Bama National Championship in 2016. Book puts it right on the money for the touchdown.
Great play design.
Stafford was under pressure, rolls to the left, threw 43 yards into the end zone for a prayer, and Highland Park comes down with the touchdown. Offside kick to come. Across the middle of
Well, welcome back to Back at Highlander Stadium, and it looks like we are ready to get this one underway. Finally, we have been in a lightning delay for the last, hour and a half? Almost 2 hours?
Hour and a half, definitely.
And again, had the coin flip a long time ago. Highland Park winning the coin toss. Richardson won the coin toss, and they have elected to receive the football. So Highland Park kicking it off, and this is going to go out of bounds out around the 10-yard line. They'll bring it back. And the Scots, well, it looks like they're going to take it out to the 25, I would imagine.
Right, probably get a 5-yard penalty on top of that, and so probably Richardson start at the 30-yard line. A rain delay or a lightning delay is an interesting thing. Players get their body cycle on that 7 o'clock kickoff, and then you have to go and sit in the locker room. You don't know when you're going to play. You don't know if you're going to play, and then all of a sudden we get the green light and they come out and start. So we may see a little rustiness on both sides until they get in the groove of things, but it'll be something interesting to look at.
And again, just to bring you up to date, Highland Park will win tonight, would secure the district championship outright for Highland Park. Here we go from the 30-yard line. Richardson playing offense to begin things off. They'll hand it off, and oh my goodness, Tommy Rossley gets in there and drills the running back shortly after he took the handoff. Donovan Ford trying to go up the middle, and he goes no place.
I'll tell you what, Donovan Ford is a load to handle. There's a couple of running backs that are going to be used by Richardson tonight, and we'll get to those here in just a minute.
Again, Richardson with the ball. Howard Armstrong is their senior quarterback. And he'll turn handoff. This is going to be Cam Height. He's going to take it around the left side. He's going to get spun down and brought down to the turf by Brady Dotrieve. And it is going to be a 10-yard pickup. That gets the first down for the Eagles on this opening drive. And again, we set through a long weather delay and just now getting underway here in the first quarter at Highlander Stadium.
And don't be surprised to see, obviously, a heavy running game with the rain coming down from Richardson. They like to run anyway. They've got a big running back in Miles Buckley. Cam Height is the starter. Howard Armstrong is a runner himself. So Highland Park should get a heavy dose of it.
3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and this time the quarterback's going to keep it, and Armstrong will get it out across the 45. Gets his legs chopped out from under him. Tommy Rossley is among those in on the stop for Highland Park. There you see big number 40, also 57 right there for Highland Park. That's Jack Morris, who has really come on strong as of late. Guy who comes in with 52 tackles on the season. For Jack Morris, 35 of those are solo tackles.
And Richardson running the option like they did right there. Quarterback Armstrong likes to keep it. We've not seen him pitch much at all.
Second down and about 4. Handoff, and oh my goodness, there's Jack Morris right there. We just talked about 57, and he steps in there and plugs the hole. Cam Height goes no place. Third down.
Well, that's why you like to see a linebacker play. Watch this. Oh, we just missed it on the replay. But Jack Morris, you said it, Russell, he just lit up the running back. Form tackle, that's one's going to be in the highlight video at some point.
Third down coming up right here. Defensively, third downs for opponents of Highland Park, converting at a rate of 39%. Let's see what the Eagles can do right here on their opening drive. Handoff.
Keep it on the ground.
This is Cam Height. He's got the first down, but the ball is stripped away. That was William White who stripped the ball, and the recovery is made by the Eagles.
Well, William White, I hope we get a replay on this because he wraps up Cam Height, and you can see him getting ready to slip the hand in there and rake the ball out, and he does just that. He caused a fumble last week as well. If you remember, watch him grab him right here and rip, and the ball's free on the ground with the Scots an opportunity to get it. Just a inopportune bounce from the Scots standpoint.
First down, quarterback keeper around the left side. He's going to get stood up, but a pickup of 3 right there for Howard Armstrong. And Eagles, not a team that throws the ball all that much. And as you mentioned, rain tonight, so they probably aren't going to throw, or they're going to throw even less than normal.
Well, I tell you, Howard Armstrong, not that he can't throw, but he's much more comfortable running. The quarterback that can throw a little bit better is the sophomore, Cole Cage. We'll probably see him, number 6, sometime tonight. But Richardson starts 6 sophomores on their offensive side of the ball, so that will impact things as we go along.
Second down and long. And again, the handoff. Near side, this is going to be Cam Height. He tried to make a cut, slips down right there. And in to make the tackle for Highland Park is...
I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken, Barrett Denton. And to make the tackle for the Scots. Highland Park is forced Richardson now into a third and long situation, third at least in 7 or 8. Where do you want to be?
They're 1 for 1 on third down conversions here on this drive. Man in motion from left to right. That's Ford. He'll set in the slot. Quarterback steps up and then throws out to the flat on the side. Evan Tabora makes the catch, and Adam Rourke is there to bring him down immediately. First pass play of the game for the Eagles.
And that's an RPO situation right there. Obviously, they fake the quarterback power to the left side with Howard Armstrong keeping the ball, it looks like, and then he raises up, sees his receiver Tabor open on the sideline and lets it fly. But he's got the option there, and it looks like Richardson will be going for it on 4th and 5.
Fourth down situation. Matthew Lewis out over the football. Second week in a row that the opponent has gone for it on a 4th down situation on the opening drive. We've got a flag thrown, and I believe this is going to be face mask against Highland Park as they bring Howard Armstrong down in the backfield.
Yeah, and helmet popped off too late in there. Tommy Rossi came in there with a hit, but I believe William White, reaching to wrap up Armstrong, accidentally got his face mask. That's going to be a tough call for the Scots because it will give Richardson a first down at about the 25-yard line.
First flag of the game goes against Highland Park, and it's a personal foul. Moves the ball down to the 25-yard line.
You can see on your screen how hard the rain is coming down, but thankfully no more lightning, and we're hoping we've seen the last of that.
Put the ball down at the 26-yard line officially. 3 wide receivers. Again, they'll stick with 2 running backs in the backfield. Give you that Highland Park defense here coming up in just a second.
Yeah.
Handoff, run to the near side. No place to go, though. The
ball.
Does a good job of stacking things up. The ball did come loose, and Highland Park does come up with it.
Jack Morris, right there where he always seems to be, near the ball, gets the fumble recovery. Watch here on the side, up on the replay. It's raked out again, I think, by William White, and Jack Morris is the first to pounce on it. There's the turnover can, and Jack is going to get to deposit that here in just a minute.
Turnover brought to you by Hilltop Orthopedics. The Scots get the ball back.
Richardson runs a 3-3 and 3-3 stack look, so look for that on the defensive side.
Here we go. Scots have the ball from their own 25-yard line. Handoff. This is going to be Axley out to the 28, 29, across the 30, out almost to the 34-yard line. We're going to get a look at this turnover, I believe. Oh, there we go. Jack Morris.
You go. Turnover can deposit.
How about that? They love doing that, don't they?
They do. That's a dunk they look forward to.
Here we go. Scott's on second down, short yardage. Here's Jay Cox.
Oh, yeah.
He'll get the first down and more. He hit the pile and pushed it forward about 3 more yards. Among those coming in to make the tackle was Arian Cole.
Big push by the Scots offensive line. Lawson Petty back at his normal spot at left tackle. Glad to see him back along with Jake Watts, the left guard. Scots run the power that way to the left, and Richardson cannot hold up against it. Good first down for Highland Park.
Good to see Lawson Petty back into the lineup for Highland Park. He's missed a couple of games. Here's Jay Cox again. This time he'll goes the other way, right side. And we'll pick up about 3 yards before he's going to get tangled up. And again, that's going to be Cole who comes in inside linebacker and makes the tackle. He leads the Eagles in tackles with 90.
You watch Richardson on film, Russell, and Cole just jumps out at you. He does a good job from that inside linebacker spot for the Eagles, and seems to, much like Jack Morris, have a nose for the ball.
Second guy on the team in tackles for Richardson. It's Cole who's got 90. The next guy's got somewhere around 70.
Yeah, he does a good job. I was also impressed with Nick Murphy, the Richardson nose guard. He's a load, and that'll be a good battle between him and Maroulis.
Here we go, play action. Store to go to the air. He's got a receiver right side, and it is incomplete. But a flag is thrown, and we're going to have pass interference. Scots don't get the completion, but it will be a first down for Highland Park. That was intended for Jackson Heiss. That was Jamarius Eli who was back there defending.
That's pretty good coverage right there by Eli as far as being able to stay with Heiss and fight to keep him from catching the ball, but interference will move the ball 15 yards downfield from the previous spot. Here's a good look at the replay. Heiss trying to get some separation, but Eli never turns his head around, and that's going to be an interference more times than not.
Replays this quarter being brought to you by Origin Bank. Every great relationship has an origin story. Scott's with the first down. Put the ball at the 42 of the Eagles. And Jay Cox. Boy, he gets hit, and he still makes 5, 6, 7, 8. He's still on his feet. He's down inside the 30-yard line.
That's a tremendous job right there by not only Cox, but the rest of the offensive line coming up behind him after he was stood up and helping him push forward. You know, the double-edged sword of that whole thing is at the same time they're pushing forward, the defense is trying to rake the ball out. Jay Cox wouldn't let him do it.
Mike McAbee says that play alone took 12 seconds and picked up 12 yards.
We're going to see a lot of running game. Linemen are going to love it tonight.
From the right hash mark, they're going to give it to Cox again. He runs right into that defensive tackle. He's not going to get much this time. That's Praise Lucas, who started last year and is back in the starting lineup as a junior this year. As a senior this year, and he makes the stop.
Well, if you wanted to work on your running game, this weather is going to give you the chance to do it. Scots have run the power play now about 4 or 5 times already in this first quarter, and so it's like Coach Allen likes it. He's going to keep taking what he can get.
Highland Park comes into this averaging 140 yards rushing per game. Here we go, 2nd and long for the Scots. Storr wants to throw. That's wide open. He's going to run it himself. He's down near the 15-yard line before he jumps out of bounds. And that was Eli who came up to force him to the boundary. And the Scots are inside the Shelby American red zone.
Good recognition by quarterback Brennan Storr. Drops back to pass, sees the alley open up, had good protection, and he says, thank you very much. I will take it.
It's an 11-yard pickup by Brennan Storr. Comes into the game with 291 rushing yards. And the clock continues to roll. 3:18 to play in the first quarter. The Scots are threatening now.
Here comes the stunt. Outside backer Sam Plug is coming. Here it comes.
Here we go. They're going to hand off. Trying to get around the outside is Jay Cox. Hit in the backfield. He'll extend this down near the 16-yard line. It's going to be a pickup about 2 yards. And that's coming in there to make the tackle is Olin Jackson, one of the 2 safeties out of this Richardson defense.
Try to get the stretch play going wide, but Richardson does a good job. As we said, they had a coming with a Sam Plug between the nose guard and the defensive tackle. Scott's offense does a nice job picking that up. That's Sweeney and Basso over on that side of the line that picked that up that time. Marulis handled the nose, but just could not get outside.
2nd down and 8 now for the Scots, this time from the left hash mark. Again, they'll go with 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs in the backfield. And fake the handoff to Axley. Storr's going to throw across the middle. Wide open. Couldn't hold on to it. Jackson Heiss, the intended receiver, right down there in the pocket around the 5-yard line.
Well, you won't see that very often right there. Jackson Heiss is usually as sure-handed as they come, but with a wet ball and the rain still coming down, it's a different deal altogether.
Again, that replay brought to you by Origin Bank. Every great relationship has an origin story. We thank Origin Bank for being a part of the telecast. 3rd down now for Highland Park. The Scots, 46% conversion rate on 3rd downs, and this one obviously won't get near there.
Well, that's a difficult snap right there coming back. Obviously, Marulis could not keep his hands on it as long as he wanted to because of the rain and the wet ball, and the ball kind of dribbled back to Storr. He had no choice but to just fall on it. Bring up 4th down for the Scots. Let's see if Coach Allen opts to go for it, even though it's 4th and 12, or kick the field goal. Looks like he's going.
Lineup for Highland Park up on that offensive line. Lawson Petty and Robert Sweeney are the tackles. You've got Jake Watts and Whit Basso at the guards and Andrew Marulis at center. Here we go. Storr to throw on 4th down. Looks right. It's caught. Jackson Heiss has it. Is he going to get the first down? Yeah, I think he got it. He did. Move the chains, and Highland Park's got a 1st and goal to go.
Well, Jackson Heiss says, give me another shot, and I'll show you what I can do. He runs a nice little stop route, finding a soft spot in the zone. Good protection. Great to see Lawson Petty move his feet like that. Keep Brennan Storr's backside clean, and that allows Storr to throw the bullet to Heiss for a 1st down.
14-yard pass completion for Highland Park. Here we go on 1st and goal to go. Axley and Cox in the backfield. Here's Axley following Cox, and he'll take it right on into the end zone. Wilson Axley, 7-yard touchdown run, and Highland Park is first on the scoreboard tonight.
Power play once again. Jake Watts leading the way up inside. Down blocks by Sweeney and Basso, and it's an easy touchdown for the Scots. You can see on the replay. Watch Watts get up there and make that block, and Axley does the rest, explodes past the Richardson defender.
That touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, proudly supporting Highland Park Scots since 1999. The extra point, Tansy will put a foot into it, and it's good. The PAT brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title. Let's get a quick replay look at that touchdown run. It was pretty easy for Wilson Axley. And we'll get that replay coming up in just a moment. First, let's take a break. First quarter action, 7-0. Highland Park leads Richardson.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. Team Baker Brothers really stopped that running toilet in its tracks. No more running toilets.
Now that's what I call a bathroom break.
Okay, Jimmy.
Call now to get this month's great deal from Baker Brothers.
Our kickoff ring brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business. Highland Park up 7-0. We'll get a look at the drive recap and a highlight replay coming up here momentarily. This is going to be a short kickoff. It'll be fielded by Evan DePora. Fair catch called for. They'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. That drive recap just a moment ago was this that started it off. The touchdown run by Wilson Axley. He got hit there at the 2-yard line and just ran right out of the arms of that would-be tackler.
Well, the drive recap, Russell, the Scots go 74 yards in 11 plays, take 5 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock. The touchdown, a 7-yard dive off right tackle by Wilson Axley. Tansy adds the extra point, and with 1:02 to go in the first quarter, it's Highland Park 7 and Richardson nothing. Highland Park is yet to trail this season.
Here we go. Handoff on first down from the 25-yard line. Not a lot there. They'll squeeze this maybe out to the 27, 28-yard line. Not much more than that for the Eagles. This is a team that comes in averaging 247 yards a game. On the ground, 155. Through the air, they average only 92 yards a game.
Up front for the Scots right now, Ellis, Cormac Carroll, and Henry Richter on the rotation for the defensive front. Got Rossley and Ramey at the backers.
Here we go.
Oh,
left side.
What a load.
There's quarterback Howard Armstrong. Runs right into Brady Dotrieve.
He got a little lower than Brady. And
right at that first down marker. Are they going to give it to him or not? Yep. Move the chains. It is going to be a first down. Fourth first down tonight for the Eagles. Highland Park had 6 first downs on that opening drive. That's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. And what a first quarter it has been. Scots lead 7-0.
All right. Russ, we've got a big announcement here. Attention all Highland Park High School alumni. It's time to get together and rekindle old friendships from the glory days. Join us this Wednesday, November 2nd, at the Barley House on SMU Boulevard for our all-class mini reunion. You'll run into neighbors and probably some classmates you haven't seen in years. You might even see a teacher or coach who helped you along the way or made you run extra sprints after practice, which, of course, you did not deserve. The festivities kick off at 5 p.m. and run until 7. Join us as we celebrate our history and reminisce about the good old days at Highland Park High, whether those were 10 years ago or 50 years ago. Once again, that's this Wednesday, November 2nd, from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Barley House on SMU Boulevard, the Highland Park Alumni All-Class Mini Reunion. We'll see you there, or as Coach Bohack used to say, that's a record.
Second quarter getting underway right now here at Highlander Stadium. Scots up 7-0. Highland Park shows blitz coming off the right side, and the handoff goes out across the 42, and that's Donovan Ford again, who takes it out there for 7 yards.
Well, you know, I like to pick out guys and kind of watch them, especially when they had such a great game last week. William White just continues to play outstanding football, as does Barton on the other side. But William had a couple of big plays last week, and Charlie has as well. And they do a tremendous job of setting the edges for the Scots, allowing help to get there from the inside.
Adam Rourke and Mac Ballard in there at corners now for Highland Park. Here's the handoff across the 45, and Robert Ramey gets in there and ties up the ankles of the running back, brings him down after a 4-yard pickup. That was Howard Armstrong. Armstrong came into the game 644 yards passing this season, rushing for 322. He did have one 100-yard rushing game.
And Richardson, in the past, have not shown a lot of tight end. We've seen tight end about half the time tonight, and that's indicative of, I think, what they're planning to do, which, again, is pound the ball, run it inside.
That tight end set to the left this time. Quarterback fakes the handoff. Armstrong up the middle. He'll get met at the 49, and he won't go any farther than that.
Yep.
There were a ton of Highland Park players in there. It might have been all 11 of them. Cormac Carroll led the way. Tommy Rossley was in there for the Scots as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of gang tackling tonight.
And it's senior night tonight, so we expect to see a lot of the seniors getting action tonight.
And if we can get a forced punt situation, you're going to get to see a lot of the seniors on, we'll tell you about it, on a special punt return.
Armstrong out of the gun, rolls right, throws. It's going to be behind the receiver, incomplete. And third down and long now for the Eagles.
Well, there you see, again, Howard Armstrong, probably a better runner than passer. That ball was low, had the receiver open, but delivered the ball low. Again, to be fair, though, with this type of rain, it's not always the easiest thing to do to throw the ball where you want.
Again, when we kicked off, we were right about 50 degrees tonight, and we're expecting to be in the 50-degree range throughout most of the night tonight if we don't get down into the upper 40s, but rain through most of the game tonight is what we are expecting. On third down, here's Ford. No place to go. He won't get the first down. And for the Scots, you've got both your inside linebackers, Rossley and Ramey, who stepped in there and welcomed him to senior night.
Well, I tell you what, Judge Ellis held his own out the defensive end. The Highland Park nose guard stuffed the block right there, allowed Rossley and Ramey to step up together. Rossley grabbed him, twisted him around, and then Ramey lit him up, all because of that good teamwork up front for the Scots defensive front seven. Here's the Warriors return team. Let's see who gets the ball.
Julian Pham Davis is back to do the return chores. Davis will grab it at about the 9-yard line.
Here we go.
He's going to bring it out to the 20, 25, 30. And he'll be escorted out of bounds right at the 31-yard line. We've got a special guest down there, Pat Sauer. I can't believe we actually have.
Pat, are there people in the stands?
In the stands tonight.
There are some people in the stands. These are some big-time Scots fans. They've been around Scots football a long time. We've got the Herrings. They had James and Johnny and now Luke. And what's the emotion of senior night, Kay?
Well, it's a big night for us. We've had, I think, 7 years of sitting in these same seats watching varsity football game after varsity football game. So this is really, really an emotional night for us. We're sad it's coming to an end. We got one more district game, and then we have 6 all the way to state.
Well, maybe they'll get to do an introduction at the first playoff game. Ed, your other boys play defense. What's it like having Luke over there skying for the ball, doing flip-flops all over the place, and making such great catches?
I mean, it is different. Defense, you feel like you're in the, play every single time. And watching Luke be a receiver, it's pretty exciting. I mean, honestly, having an offensive kid has been a lot of fun for us. So we've really enjoyed it. It's fun to watch these Scots. They've grown up together, and it's just absolutely great to watch them senior year going at it.
Yeah, well, he makes great plays blocking, too, when he doesn't get the ball. So we've enjoyed watching him play. All your boys, congrats on all them.
Here we go, empty set formation for the Scots. Trying to float it out there to Grayson Schrank. It's going to go over his head, and that was Schrank who made the catch to get Highland Park close to the first down marker, but incomplete there. 3rd down and 2 now. Thank you very much, Pat Sauer. Our sideline reports brought to you by Willow Bend Mortgage.
And thank you very much to the Herrings for supplying 3 kids who've done their part to keep Highland Park tradition moving forward.
Highland Park on third down. Again, the Scots on third downs this season converting at a rate of 46%.
Will Ogle in at left guard for the Scots.
Here comes a blitz right up the middle. Quarterback's going to keep it. Store floats out to the left side.
There we go.
He's got room.
Here we go.
First down and then some. All the way down to the 33-yard line. Coming in to make the tackle is
number 33.
Which is
and that is Nazir Freeman. Yep. Ogle was trying to pull out in front and in doing so took out the blitzing linebacker, but that opened up a huge crease just the same for Brennan Store, and he took it again.
Yeah, it's a 28-yard run. That's his longest run from scrimmage this season. Scott's on a first down inside the 35. Cox trying to get around the corner and won't be able to turn the corner. He's going to be taken out of bounds, far side, loss of 2. And Malachi Reynolds dropped him out of bounds.
Scots have had trouble.
12.
Excuse me, Russell. Scots have had trouble getting outside on Richardson. Richardson been doing a good job stretching the play out, but obviously running inside has been a different thing. The Scots have really been able to pound the ball against that 3-3 look, and testament to the lineman up front.
Second down and 12. Scots need the 23 for a first down. Just as he got hit, Store released it. It's going to be complete to Herring. And not going to be anywhere close to the first down. In fact, he picks up only 1 yard.
Well, running back Jay Cox tried to go out there and cut the blitzing defensive end. And a very athletic move. Number 7, Israel Benitez, jumped over him and was able to impact Store right as he was getting rid of the ball.
Scots are converting third and long at a rate of 38% this year. This is third and long here. And again, Store looks right.
There we go. Jailbreak. Jailbreak.
There's Grayson Schrank.
There we go.
He's got a first down. He's gone inside the 5-yard line. He's finally going to be taken down by Barassa. And almost got in for the touchdown. It's a 32-yard pass completion.
Well, this is how Coach Allen neutralizes the blitz. He runs the little jailbreak screen right here with Grayson Schrank. Good block out front. Good blocks by receivers. And Schrank is within 2 yards of making it to the end zone, setting the Scots up first and goal at the 2.
Our quarter replay is brought to you by Henry S. Miller, the right call for commercial real estate and a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. Inside the Shelby American red zone. Highland Park first and goal to go.
Ooh.
Ball on the ground, and Store has to jump on it back at the 8. That's going to be a loss of almost 5 yards.
Again, the ball was low that time, again, which you try not to do. Right now, official looking like he's asking for a new ball. But a 6-yard loss for the Scots, going to bring up second goal at the 8. And you just have to try your best to minimize those things. Official, you can see him right there drying the ball on a towel he's got attached to his belt.
Play clock is going to be down to 6 seconds now. Highland Park easily snaps it, and they've got a problem on the snap again. Store again has to fall on it.
That's frustrating, I know, to most of all to Andrew Maroulis, who's done such a tremendous job snapping this year. But again, everybody needs a dry towel, because it's hard to keep your hands on, especially if they're cold on top of being wet. You see right there, Andrew trying to keep his hands a little warm and a little dry where he can get a better feel for the ball. But then as soon as the official puts it down, it's getting wet again.
Loss of 5 puts the ball back to the 13-yard line. Here we go on third down and goal to go. Into the end zone, caught, but I think he was out of bounds. Yep, that was Jackson Heiss who made the catch, but he was out of bounds when he came down. And the Highland Park Scots will face a fourth down situation.
That's one of those gun ones. If Jackson Heiss could have come down on his own, he's in bounds, but the defender is there to hit him in the air and knock him out.
Defending on the play, that was Aiden Barassa. And fourth down situation coming up right here. Highland Park going to kick a field goal?
I believe they are.
There's Jake Tansey.
Or at least they're going to line up for a field goal.
Tansey had a 24-yarder last week. He's kicked from as far out as 32 yards. Put this one on the ground at the 20. This is going to be a 30-yard attempt from the right hash mark. Jay Cox to do the holding chores.
And that opens up a lot of options as well with Jay Cox as the holder.
Here's Judge Ellis to deep snap. Kicks up and on the way. Looks like it's good, and it is good. There's a 30-yard field goal for Highland Park. They extend the lead out 10-0 with 4:34 to play in the second quarter. Scott's doing a nice job of moving downfield and putting points on the board. Didn't work out the way they wanted it to.
Well, they ended up having one play to go the 8, 10, or 12 yards. Let's hear what Jay Ellis has to say. He saw something in particular down there.
Smaller crowd here and smaller crowd on the sideline. I had a chance to stand right by Coach Allen talking to the referees after the field goal, and he's upset that the head referee has a very wet towel that he's using to try to dry the ball. Coach Allen said, "Get a dry towel," and they said he's trying to cover it under his shirt. And Coach Allen said that's not good enough. We want him to use a dry towel if his goal is to dry the ball, and I think that's a pretty reasonable request.
And a very legal request, because that's the official's job, is to help keep the ball dry.
Sideline reports are brought to you by Willow Bend Mortgage, your home for a way better mortgage.
Here's that scoring drive. Russell, the Scots go 56 yards in 10 plays. We want to hold it.
No, go ahead.
56 yards in 10 plays, take 4:41 off the clock. The scoring play, a 30-yard field goal by Jake Tansey, makes the score 10-0 with 4:34 to go in the half.
And the kickoff is going to be fielded at the 16-yard line, and Evan Tabora sneaks his way out to the 23-yard line. By the way, that drive recap is brought to you by Stewart Partners, Global Advisory, located right here in Dallas. And our kickoffs, as always, brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business.
Well, here'd be a great spot for the defense to force a turnover and maybe get the Scots on the board one more time before the half.
I'm going to put
who's in here.
Recaps right back there so I can see them.
Up front right now, Spencer Brown, Lewis Montgomery, Kyle Carlson at the defensive end. Got Thornton in at outside linebacker.
Here we go. New quarterback in there for Richardson as they hand off, moving around the right side. There's not going to be a lot of running room, a pickup of maybe 4 yards. In at quarterback is Cole Cage. And in there on the tackle was William White.
William White was in on the tackle. Cole Cage is a sophomore, along with a lot of sophomores on the Richardson offense. You got to remember, these are guys that probably should have played in the JV Gold game last night against Highland Park, but they're up here on the varsity trying to get some experience.
Inside 4 minutes to play in the half. Option play goes right side. They'll pitch it back, and no place to go. Cam Height, kind of a little stutter step as he tried to find a seam down there, but he goes out of bounds on the far side.
Watch Jack Morris right here flow to the ball. Got a lot of help from Robert Ramey as well.
Boy, that was great camera work right there. Thanks, guys. Replays this quarter brought to you by Henry S. Miller, the premier full-service commercial real estate company in Texas, and a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
Third down. Let's see if the Scots can force a punting situation.
Cage off to the right side on a play action. Throws downfield. It's going to be incomplete. We've got flags thrown after the play. It was a very late flag, and it was thrown by the line judge.
And that's Michael Denton coming in there just to light up that receiver. You can't draw it up any better than that. They're the official you see drawing the ball. But the sophomore quarterback throws the ball and flutters a little bit. Receiver thinks he's going to have it, and it looks like they're going to call that a incomplete pass with the help of Barrett Denton. And now here comes the senior punt return team. These are the Berserkers. Coaches have given the two punt return teams tonight names. One's the Berserkers, one's the Warriors. And you're going to see seniors having the green light to either go block it or return the punt.
There was a penalty. It was illegal receiver downfield. It was declined, obviously, and Fernando Gonzalez comes on to punt it away. And again, deep for Highland Park. I believe that's going to be Julian Pham Davis.
See if he can field it and make something happen. Here we go.
He's going to run back off to his left. He'll get out to near the 37-yard line before he's taken down. We've got another special guest in the stands that Pat Sauer has found. Pat, who you got?
Yeah, Les, you may have heard of him. Who? You may have heard of this guy. He's been calling these sideline reports for several years now. And how different is it having your kid out here for a couple of years?
Well, first, I'm a little nervous with this microphone in my face.
See how it feels, huh?
Yeah, right. No, it's been a lot of fun, obviously. And I try to watch Judge when he's playing, but at the same time, I really enjoy being a part of and getting to know all these kids. So this is just a really special year for me.
Yeah, it's been really fun for me to work with you guys. But Jay, how does it make you nervous when he's deep snapping?
You know, when it's raining like this, a little bit, I'll tell you, the advantage he has as a deep snapper, here comes Brendan our way. The advantage he has as a deep snapper, you know, there aren't many 6'3", 228-pound kids that are former quarterbacks, but this kid is, and he's also a pitcher, so you know he can throw a ball, and he gets to use two hands when he snaps, and that's a lot easier than one. So
yeah, he's spinning it great.
I think he'll be all right.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. You're doing a great job on the sideline. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
And Pat, you're doing a great job down on the sideline as well.
Everybody's doing a great job.
18-yard run by the quarterback Brennan Storr just a moment ago.
Here comes.
He says Storr did a great job.
Will Blitz picked up by Basso.
Handoff. Jay Cox looking for a place to go. Shakes off a tackle and will take this one out for a first down to the 30-yard line. How about that?
Nice run by Jay Cox, but give credit to Mr. Whit Basso at right guard for cleanly picking up the Will plug and allowing Cox to find the open hole and run through it.
First down for Highland Park at the 30-yard line. Scots are up 10-0. We've got inside 2 minutes to play in the half. 3 wide receivers to the top of your screen, 1 to the bottom. Storr again will keep it on a quarterback draw. He'll reach the 26 before he's going to be slowly brought down. Among those in on the tackle, Malachi Reynolds.
Quarterback draws a good play. Highland Park, Brennan Storr looks. Robert Sweeney caves his defensive tackle way down inside. Gives Storr the lane outside, and it's going to be a timeout called.
We've got a timeout on the field with our score 10-0 in a minute 33 to go. Brennan Storr now has 7 carries for 45 yards, 45 yards. Oh, and we've got a commercial coming up as well, so let's take the break. Back to Highlander right after this timeout.
Residential Capital Partners reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
Well, the Scots coming out of the timeout, they pause the clock, make sure they've got everything right. This is Highland Park's 24th snap of the game. That's 30% fewer than they got at this point in most games.
In a minute 30, the ball dribbles back, but
they barely get this off, and Storr does a great job of a little playground football, finding a receiver open, and Bo Lilly is out to the 21-yard line.
The ball came back again at Storr's feet, but this time he picks it up like a shortstop, rolls to that left side, and Lilly smart enough and savvy enough to see what's happening and find a way to get open.
Yeah, it's going to bring a third down situation for the Scots. What was the penalty? Let's see if we get a look at it right here.
Official got the gloves on. It is chilly out.
Holding against Highland Park.
It's interesting. He's talking to Coach Allen.
Holding against Highland Park. It's going to move it all the way back to the 36-yard line?
Yeah. Jay Ellis pointed out, Andrew Marulis, the center, is taking the ball in the huddle to keep it dry, and then the umpire will help him spot back where it should go in an effort to keep it dry. Good adjustment.
Snaps it back. Nice snap right there. Beautiful pass
hit him early.
We should have flag
Yes,
coming
sir.
in there. And we will have a flag right there. And Colin Hale was interfered with. And Highland Park will get a first down out of this. By the way, coming up at halftime, we will have a shorter than normal halftime tonight. It's only going to run about 10 minutes. But we will show you a previous performance by the Highlander Bells. They are not here tonight because of the long lightning delays we went through. And so if they are at home, they can watch themselves on television.
They can critique. And if they're like my daughter, when she was a Bell, they falsely critique themselves, and I used to go, look, it's great, it's awesome.
I want to get Casey in here and let her tell stories about you critiquing.
Yeah, that didn't go well sometimes. Colin Hale in the game, I think you mentioned a minute ago, Russell.
We got a timeout. It's going to be taken by the defense right here with 1:04 to play in the first half. And again, Highland Park, Scots are playing for something big tonight. They win tonight. They sew up first place in the district and the district championship. And for the Scots, that would be district championship number 56 all time. That's more than any other school in the state of Texas. Scots started playing football back in the early 20s.
Yeah, about 23, 1923. And it's amazing the consistency that the Scott program has had. Obviously during Coach Allen's tenure, but even before that, it's pretty incredible.
Tell you what, let's throw it to a commercial while they're in a timeout. Again, 10-0. Highland Park leads. Back in a moment.
The way Sewell treats me is, I feel important. I feel like I'm in first-class service each and every time I come to Sewell. I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
Hey, don't forget, coming up on our post-game show tonight, we'll have our offensive player of the game. That's brought to you by Tollison Wealth Management, a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. So stay tuned for the post-game tonight.
And you see there again, Andrew Maroulis having the ball in his hand. Towel attached to his belt. Official shows him where to spot it. Here we go.
Empty set formation for Storr on first down. Across the middle, and he's wide open and makes the catch. Grayson Schrank down at the 5-yard line. Taken down across the middle by Olin Jackson.
And good job right there of Brennan Storr getting the ball to Schrank. Threw it a little high where Schrank could jump for it. Gets hit in the back. Let's watch him right here. Well, that's an isolation right there on Luke Herring. But Schrank with a catch, dragging over the middle.
Here's Jay Cox. Handoff. Touchdown. A 6-yard touchdown run for Jay Cox. And that touchdown for Bob Lilly Promotions as the Scots were scrimmaging on first down from the Shelby American red zone. And the Scots punch it in again with our extra point to come right here.
Well, the sea opened up right there. Just a little zone dive to the left side. And Maroulis, along with Watts and Petty, opened the hole.
Here's Jake Tansey. Extra point up and on the way. Extra point brought to you by Kensington Vanguard National Title. We've got a 17-0 Highland Park lead with 46 seconds to play in the half as we take this time out from Highlander Stadium.
And Russell, that scoring drive for the Scots, they go 63 yards this time. Took only 5 plays. Took 2 minutes and 12 seconds off the clock. The touchdown, a 6-yard run over the left side by Jay Cox. Tansey adds an extra point. And with 46 seconds to go in the half, it's Highland Park 17, Richardson nothing. That drive recap.
Brought to you by Stewart Partners Global Advisory, located right here in the great city of Dallas, Texas.
Coverage teams going all the way to the end zone as they should.
Kickoff brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. And the Scots bring that defense back out onto the field. Don't forget, after the game, we'll have our defensive player of the game. Jay will interview them during our post-game report, and that's brought to you every week by HP Youth Football, preparing tomorrow's Scots today.
And there's a lot of preparing that goes on. I'm telling you what, there's coaches and teams at every park in the Park Cities when the weather's good.
Howard Armstrong back in at quarterback for Richardson. Scots with that three-man defensive line. Turn, handed off. Any place to run? Cam Height is going to go no place. He'll get stopped at the line of scrimmage. They may give him half a yard. Ellis is in there on the tackle. Richter is in there on the tackle. And Charlie Barton was in there to help out as well.
Charlie Barton, just like White, getting better and better. So Judge Ellis is in that boat too.
Second down. Again, handoff up the middle. A little bit of a seam. Cam Height will get the first down. He'll cruise this one right out to the 37-yard line. And among those in to make the tackle is Sam Morse. And a timeout's going to be taken by Richardson.
But only 12 seconds to go in the half. If Richardson's going to do anything, they're going to have to air it out, and they've not done that yet tonight.
We're going to hold it right here. Don't forget, coming up here in just a couple of minutes for halftime, we will have a previous performance of the Bells you'll be able to watch during our halftime, and it's going to be a shorter than normal halftime. It's only 10 minutes tonight because of the weather situation. They want to make sure they get this game in.
No homecoming?
Richardson passing tonight. They've thrown it 3 times, completed 1 for 2 yards. Told you they don't
probably can't hang your hat on that.
Told you they don't throw very much.
The Scots will surely go into some type of prevent look, or at least back up.
Let's see what we do. Armstrong.
Now Richardson's run several trick plays in the past, so Scott's defense needed to be wary.
Man-for-man coverage at the top of your screen. Armstrong rolls to the right, throws behind the receiver, incomplete. It was intended out there for Nazir Freeman.
And Armstrong has a little bit of trouble rolling to his right and completing that. We've seen that a couple of times tonight.
8 seconds on the clock now here in the second quarter. 17-0 Highland Park lead.
Interesting, the official is holding the ball for the Richardson Center, but letting Maroulis take his. Judge Ellis in at nose guard right now. Carlson and
Cam Height's going to be taking this one off right tackle. Cross the 40 down to the 41, and that's going to bring us to halftime here at Highlander Stadium. It's a 17-0 lead for Highland Park.
And unlike the last few weeks, it's going to be a quick halftime.
It's going to be a very quick halftime tonight. Do we want to go to a commercial here? Yeah, we're going to go to a commercial. We're going to come back, and again, we've got the Highlander Bells coming up in just a moment. 17-0 halftime at Highlander Stadium. Stay with us. We've got halftime coming up next.
Determination on the field breeds determination in life. Discipline needed on the court will be the same discipline that gets the job done. That's why Tailwater Capital is a proud supporter of the Highland Park Athletic Program, the winningest athletic program in the state of Texas. 11 Lone Star Cups, 112 state championships, and a commitment to excellence that serves its players for a lifetime. From the locker room to the boardroom, Scots find a way.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
Addison Renfro, Logan Perrette, and Sophie Bishop. Halftime entertainment, the Bells will perform a hoop routine to Take Control. Of the 2022 team. The Highland Bells are under the direction of Mrs. Shannon Phillips. Associate Director is Mrs. Emily Sanchez. And Assistant Director is Mrs. Berkeley Slover.
for Plaid is doing more for our teachers and staff right now because of the unwavering generosity of our amazing HP community. The Highland Park Education Foundation's annual campaign is helping raise the bar in HPISD so we can provide competitive teacher pay as we aim to retain and attract the best and brightest educators. For our most cherished asset, our children. The wide-eyed faces and smiles are why we all come together and make it happen. At every campus, in every classroom, in every office, even on the court, in the auditorium, and on the sideline. Your investment is everywhere, because your gifts directly support the salaries of every district employee on every campus, working with every student. The impact of your generosity stays right here in HP, transforming the opportunities for our children and the work of our teachers. So thank you for supporting Mad for Plaid, because there's no community without you.
We're back at halftime. It's a 17-0 lead for Highland Park, and Jim's got another special message for us.
Well, this is a reunion message again. Attention all Highland Park High School alumni. It's time to get together and rekindle old friendships from the glory days. Join us on Wednesday, November 2nd at the Barley House on SMU Boulevard for our all-class mini reunion. You'll run into neighbors and probably some classmates you haven't seen in years. You might even see a teacher or a coach who helped you along the way or made you run extra sprints after practice, which, of course, in no way did you deserve. The festivities kick off at 5 p.m. and run until about 7. Join us as we celebrate our history and reminisce about the good old days at Highland Park High, whether those were 10 years ago or 50 years ago. Once again, that's Wednesday, November 2nd from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Barley House on SMU Boulevard for the Highland Park alumni all-class mini reunion. We'll see you there. And as Coach Bohack used to say all the time, that's a record.
You going to be there?
I'm going to be there. You're going to be. You can be our honored guest, the play-by-play guy for the Highland Park Scots.
They may not want me there. I'm not sure.
Well, we let everybody in the door.
Okay. Okay. Welcoming to all.
Exactly.
17-0 here at halftime. Highland Park's up on the Richardson Eagles, and let's just talk a little bit about the first half. This has been such a disjointed game because of the long weather delay. And then even when they came out and got started, they only had about a 10-minute warm-up, and they played most of the first half under a pretty good heavy rain. It's still raining out there right now. And we've seen it affect the football.
Well, I mean, you like to think that, nowadays that'll never happen because you're not playing on grass. You don't have the mud issue. But still, you got poor, Andrew Maroulis has got his hands full getting the ball back there. But I think since the official is letting him hold it now and keep the ball dry, that we'll see those poor snaps go way down. But Brennan Storr's done his best and done a good job trying to pick those up. But it's just one of those things that you have to fight through and find a way. And if you've watched Andrew and a lot of the Highland Park snappers, they snap and turn the ball over. They don't throw it like a pass. It's actually a turnover. And so your grip is even more critical because you can't put your hand under it. Your hand has to go on top of the ball. So because of that, it's even harder to get back there sometimes when it's wet and in a rain like you see there on the screen.
Well, that brings us to our halftime weather report, brought to you by New York Subs, a winning tradition since 1974. And you can even get Peggy Sue's Barbecue to go, as Peggy Sue's is conveniently located inside New York Subs. 54 degrees. We've got rain, and that's what we're expecting throughout the rest of the evening tonight. That is our weather report. Again, it's a wet one. First time we played in this much rain all season long. And Scott's still with a 17-0 lead.
And, Jay, you mentioned earlier in the first half Coach Allen going up to the official and demanding that, hey, we need a dry ball out there. Obviously, it looks like it had some effect because of the way they're handling the situation now.
Yeah, and like you pointed out, they are carrying the ball, and Andrew Maroulis and Brennan Storr. It looks like while they're talking with the team in the huddle, the two of them are drawing off that ball. Coach Allen decided he trusts them to care more about how dry the ball is than the referee cares about it. And the referee apparently agreed to let him give that job to those guys. Now, I wouldn't be shocked to see if he sends in a new ball with players as they come in, because once you can have that ball in the huddle, there's no reason you can't substitute in a perfectly dry ball. But,
sure.
But I'm surprised we hadn't seen that yet.
Right. Well, I think we will see a drastic reduction in the snap issues now that the officials let them handle it this way.
By the way, I wanted to add this to our weather report. The National Weather Service has issued a flood advisory for Johnson, Navarro, and Tarrant counties.
I'm telling you, it's been raining like this all day long, as people around here know. I drove by Turtle Creek down near Uptown earlier today, and it was coming out of its banks pretty good at that time. And so I can't imagine what it'll be by later tonight or in the morning.
Just about ready to get the second half underway, and Highland Park will get the ball to start the third quarter. Mike McAbee, our statistician.
I wanted to point out we did just a couple of real interesting stats. I think probably the most amazing one, for the first time that I can remember in about 3 years, Highland Park led in time of possession in a half.
Doesn't happen very often.
That doesn't happen very often. You see what it takes for that to happen. The Scots have only thrown the ball tonight 8 times, 5 for 8 for 70 yards. Richardson, which we knew would not be throwing the ball much at all, 1 for 4 for 2 yards tonight. Scott's total offense, 17 plays for 103 yards, and Richardson has 19 plays for 71 yards.
What's the rushing numbers?
The individual rushing numbers for the Scots tonight, I scramble to get over to that page. Jay Cox has 43 yards on 8 carries, has a touchdown. Actually, also a touchdown. He has 2 carries for 15 yards. And Brendan Storr has 7 carries for 45 yards. Right now, I've got it to where he is getting dinged for those bad snaps. In the official stats, that will not be the case. It'll go to his team yardage. So he'll have a little bit better numbers than that.
All right. Jim, what are you thinking second half?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of the same. I mean, the Scots obviously with 17-0 lead. If I'm Coach Allen, I want to run the ball, keep possession as much as possible, and run that clock. And I'm sure the offensive line are going to be just on board with that. But Scott's going to receive the second half kickoff, and they'd like to take 7-8 minutes off the clock driving the ball down the field if Bo Lilly or one of his cohorts back there doesn't return the ball. Steele Tobin, I believe, is one of the deep men, along with
Colin Sewell.
And it's Sewell. This is the other one.
All right, ball is
short
teed up.
Kick.
It's going to be a very short kick, and it is picked up
Frank
by
Musa.
Highland Park.
Frank
It's
Musa.
Frank Musa.
Here we go,
who's got
Musa.
the ball, and he's got
Musa.
some running room.
Musa.
Musa's out to the 40, 35,
Oh.
tripped up. He's going to fall forward to the 27-yard line. That's Arian Cohn, who comes in and just got him by the ankles and saved a touchdown.
Wow, rumbling Frank Musa gets the ball, starts to his right, reverses his field, and if not for a shoestring tackle there, Russell, by Cole, I believe he scores. He had good blocking out in front as well.
Our replays this quarter brought to you by Harris Orthodontics. They know how to tackle crooked teeth. Got to get really good field position on a 35-yard kickoff return from Frank Musa.
Well, obviously, we'll take the return because this is not going to be a 7-8 minute drive from here.
Exactly.
They're keeping Frank in there. I bet we see him carry the ball again.
Musa stays in along with Wilson Axley. Here goes Axley around the right side. Gets hooked on the arm and drugged down over on the far side. I believe that is Justin Murphy who came in to make the tackle.
Justin Murphy. And Russell, we got one of our pregame or halftime interviews, Case Pickleman, in at left tackle for Lawson Petty. I think Lawson's fine. They just want to give Case some looks in there and keep Lawson rested.
Play action fake this time. Storr to throw. Fires downfield. It's caught out on the flat left side. That's Colin Hale who made the catch for the Scots. Steps out of bounds at about the 23-yard line.
Nice zip on the ball by Storr. Obviously the rain not bothering him. Looks like it's let up a little bit right now. Just a fine mist. coming down. You see Hale keeping his hands warm in the warmer around his belt.
Here we go on third down for Highland Park. 4 wide receivers. Storr throws right side. This is going to be caught. This is Schrank. Schrank shakes a tackle. He'll pick up about 6 yards. Very close to that first down marker. It's going to bring third down in short yardage. Malachi Reynolds. Fourth down in short yardage now for Highland Park.
Yeah, same little jailbreak screen that Coach Allen ran in the first half to Grayson Schrank coming back inside from right to left and then breaking back out. Just ended up, despite his best efforts, about a half yard short. It's going to be 4th and a yard for the Scots.
4th down coming up. Again, Highland Park with 2 in the backfield. Quarterback's going to keep it. Storr's got the first down. He's at the 15. Will fall forward to the 14-yard line.
Good push up front. Good push up front by the right side of the offensive line. Sweeney, Basso, Maroulis caved down the left side of the Richardson defensive line. Gave Brennan Storr plenty of room to run. Number 26 right there coming up with the tackle. Barusa.
It's going to bring Highland Park into the Shelby American red zone. That was the 14th first down, or this is the 14th first down for the Scots tonight. Here goes Axley from left to right down to the 10-yard line. And he'll get gang tackled down there after a 4-yard pickup. Jamarius Eli among those in on the tackle.
You know, actually only a junior, but he's got tremendous explosiveness up through the hole. Looks like he's been a running back for years and years, but as we heard last week, was a wide receiver until this year, and he was plucked from the receiving corps by Coach Gibbs and said, why don't you give running back a try? And it looks like a great decision.
Here we go. Quarterback draw again.
He's
Storr finds a little bit of a seam. He's get to the 5, and he'll step out of bounds near the 2-yard line. They'll say he went out at the 3-yard line, and Highland Park's got another 1st and goal to go after the 7-yard run by the senior quarterback.
Looks like Storr had a call quarterback draw anyway. Really squirts through the line. Didn't look like he's going to make it, but then great stiff arms as he powers to the right and inside the 5.
Third time tonight that Highland Park's faced a 1st and goal to go situation.
See if the quarterback keeper coming up.
Nope, they're going to give it to Frank Musa, and he's got the touchdown. 3 yards and a cloud of dust for Frank Musa.
Great job, great run inside right there with the left side.
Touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, proudly supporting Highland Park Scots since 1999. The extra point to come, and that's brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title.
Good push by Axley, by Pickelman, by Basso pulling up inside on that power look. Everybody's getting into the action tonight.
Tansley with the extra point to come right here. Cox to hold. And the kick is up and on the way, and it is good. So with 8:39 to play in the third quarter, it's now Highland Park 24 and Richardson nothing as we take this time out. You're listening and watching Scots football from Highlander Stadium. Conveniently located between Lovers Lane and University Boulevard on Preston Road. Not Just Soccer is locally owned and has served the Highland Park community for youth sports equipment needs since 1989. Whether you're looking for soccer, football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, or lacrosse equipment, they carry it all, and they take pride with specialists in each sport, and in many circumstances, you'll be helped by a current Highland Park athlete. Go Scots! Back at Highlander, and our kickoff coming up right here. It's brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Scots have it teed up, trying to get a number on the kicker for Highland Park.
That's looked like, is that Regas?
It is not Regas. We'll try to get a number on who that was, and boy, there's a big tackle made by Highland Park's coverage team.
That was Hunter Thornton down there with the hit. Russell, here's that scoring drive, Russell, for the Scots. go 20 after the great return on the kickoff. Scots go 27 yards in 7 plays, take 3:21 off the clock. The touchdown, a 3-yard dive by Frank Musa. Extra point is good by Tansey. And with 8:39 to go in the third quarter, it's Highland Park 24 and Richardson 7. Richardson nothing. This drive recap brought to you by Stewart Partners Global Advisory.
That was Josh Barnes on the kickoff for Highland Park. Here we go on first down. The handoff's not going to go very far. Richardson has just struggled to try to get their offense underway. Donovan Ford tackled by Jack Morse. It's going to be a 1.5 yard pickup. Second down and a long 8 needed here. Our replays this quarter brought to you by Harris Orthodontics. They know how to tackle those crooked teeth.
Got Brown, Montgomery, Carlson in up front for the Scots. Thornton, as we said, outside backer.
Play action fake this time. Swing it out to the left side. Pass is caught, but it's not going very far. Maybe a 1 yard pickup. Charlie Barton is there to make the stop. And Highland Park's defense got out there really quickly to make the stop.
Charlie Barton about as sure a tackler as you will see. He doesn't let much get by him, and he really holds his own out there along with White on the other side at the outside backer spot.
Kazi Farrer on the catch for Richardson, his first catch of the night, and it goes for no gain. Brings up third down and long.
And this is part of the problem that Richardson's had. It's third and long a lot.
From the left hash mark, quarterback's going to keep it on a draw, and he's got the first down. Armstrong all the way out to the 35-yard line. And Dotrieve comes in to make the tackle along with Tommy Rossley. I like these jerseys and these pants that they're wearing. I like this combination.
Tell them why you like the numbers are easier to read.
Much easier
Not
to
for
read.
you and me both. All right, I'll give you that. But I miss the gold pants. Gold pants are classic.
They are classic, but I kind of like having something a little bit different
every
few
now and
games.
then.
Here we go. Handoff and no place to go. Wow. Tommy Rossley stood up there and just blocked that hole and allowed that play to go nowhere.
In the dictionary next to fill a hole is that clip by Rossley. Watch him. Step up, fill, punch. and he stops the Richardson running back height cold in his tracks. Tommy Rossley.
Harris Orthodontics, that running back may need Harris Orthodontics after a play like that. Here we go on second and long. Quarterback's going to keep it. Armstrong looking for a place to go. Ducks his head in around the 43 and will get gang tackled. Among those, Brady Dotrieve is in there. Also, Hunter Thornton is in there for the Scots.
I'll tell you, Howard Armstrong, the Richardson quarterback, is taking his shots tonight. He's been asked to run the ball quite a bit, and he gets up every time kind of stretching and trying to figure out if something's hurting or not hurting, and you can tell it's taking its toll on him a little bit.
I don't know if it's not raining as much, but Richardson's center does not take the football with him into the huddle.
No.
Fake the handoff. Armstrong this time's in trouble. Tried to spin out of a tackle. He will get nothing. Charlie Barton there for the tackle for the Scots defense. This is a defense that is allowing only about 14 points a game, but they're coming off a shutout last week.
And good play right there by cornerback Ethan Burt. Burt's served in a backup role all year and has done an outstanding job every time he's been asked to come in. Son of Highland Park defensive line coach Chip Burt. Mac Ballard at corner on the other side, giving Rourke a little rest.
Here we go on fourth down. Quarterback's going to keep it again, and he will not get it. Highland Park's defense gets in there and clogs things up.
I think they got the ball, too. Let's see.
Well,
yes, they do.
It was fourth down.
Okay, all right.
And so they'll get it anyway. There's Tommy Rossley.
Oh, look at Montgomery stuff the Richardson center. He goes low at knee level, so the center can't get any push or any movement, and forces the backs out to the defensive ends.
Turnover on downs gives Highland Park the football back, and they've got it again in really good field position.
Now this is the Highland Park drives we've seen in the last few games. Great field positions, quickly go down and score.
Turnover on downs brought to you by Dr. Heinrich of Hilltop Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Thanks to Dr. Heinrich and all the good folks there for being a sponsor of Highland Park football.
Ogle in at left guard right now.
Play action. There's a wide open receiver for the Scots. That's going to be Colin Sewell who made the catch. And a first down.
Good to see Colin Sewell get involved. A great receiver in his own right. Finds a little gap in the zone right there. Sets down. Gives Storr a great target, and he hits it.
17 first downs now for Highland Park to only 7 first downs for the Eagles. Again, the Scots have won 7 straight over Richardson.
Richardson moving to a 4-man front now, trying to stop the running game. And here
play
goes
action. The throw is going to be tipped away. Nice defensive play made. Intended pass was to Colin Hale. The defense, Jamarius Eli, has got a couple of interceptions on the season.
There you see, nice outside move by Hale. And got free inside, but couldn't come up with it. Give Eli credit for good coverage.
They list him at 5'5".
Here comes this Mike Plug, looks like. He backs off.
Here we go. Handoff. Musa gets caught and will spin his way down to the 28. That's big Nick Murphy. Made the tackle, the 235-pound senior nose tackle. A 5-yard run for Frank. Came into the game 16 carries for 96 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's 2 for 8 tonight and 1 touchdown.
You know, Richardson came into the game feeling pretty good after their win last week. But Scott's offense a little bit too much, or Scott's running game a little bit too much for Richardson at this point.
24-0 lead for Highland Park. Inside 4 minutes to go, third quarter. Storr launches this one. It's going to be incomplete. Was intended down there for Colin Hale. I'm sorry, Max Sloan.
That's that 18-19 dilemma that, you sure you like these jerseys?
.326 to go, third quarter.
Fourth down coming up for the Scots in about 4 to 5.
Fourth down situation for Highland Park. On fourth downs this year, the Scots are 2 for 9. Both of the 2 that they picked up came last week. Pass into the flat right side, and they've got the first down right there. That's going to be Wilson. First down catch. Steps out of bounds right at the 22-yard line. They'll move the chains.
It is such a weapon for the Scots to have backs like Cox and Axley that can go out of the backfield and into the slot and force a linebacker to cover them. You get an empty look without having to substitute. And that's one of the reasons Axley was so open right there.
Only his 4th catch of the season for Wilson Axley. Here's Storr again to throw. Schrank has that seam. Gets down inside the 5-yard line. What a play there by Schrank. Alan Jackson comes in to make the tackle.
Boy, is he quick or what?
Scots have another 1st and goal to go.
Grayson Schrank from his left slot position just goes, fakes outside, sticks his head back inside, and Brennan Storr delivers the ball right where it needs to be, and Schrank's able to set the Scots up inside the 10.
17-yard pass completion for Highland Park. They'll mark this at the 5. That's 5 catches now for 76 yards for Grayson. Here we go. Frank Musa into the end zone for the touchdown. His 2nd TD of the night. And it's brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, supporting the Scots since 1999. His 2nd touchdown run, in this one for 5 yards.
That's the power play again. The right guard, Whit Basso, pulls up inside, leads Musa into the end zone. He gets a good out block by his running buddy, Wilson Axley. And Musa pounds in the end zone once again.
Tansey steps in there to try the extra point out of the hold of Jay Cox. Ellis to snap it back. Nice snap, nice hold, and a nice kick too. 2:39 to play in the third quarter, and the Scots are now up 31-0. And I believe Pat Sauer has a special guest in the stands.
I got Frank's dad here, Frank Moose's dad here. Every time he touches the ball or goes in the game, the whole crowd starts yelling, Moose. How fun is that for you and a couple of TDs tonight?
It's really exciting. I love hearing the Moose. I mean, he's so much fun. I'm so blessed to have him as a son. I'm really proud of him. I'm so great to. This is just a heck of a good football team and a lot of good people.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch him, and I'm sure he's having a blast. Thanks a lot, Frank.
This is a great senior year. We couldn't ask for more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those touchdown runs will be our play of the game. Tune in after the game for our post-game show. Our play of the game brought to you by Riddell Plumbing, home of honesty, quality, great customer service, and a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. That's coming up on our Burger House post-game show tonight.
Here's the drive recap for the Scots, Russell. They go 44 yards in 7 plays, take 2:09 off the clock. The touchdown, a 5-yard dive by Frank Musa. Second TD of the night. Tansy has the extra point, and the Scots lead 31-0 near the end of the third quarter.
Davidson Bogle real estate kickoff is fair caught by Evan Tabora.
That drive recap brought to you by Stewart Partners Global Advisory.
Let's take a look at that touchdown run just a second ago, brought to you by Harris Orthopedics. Boy, Frank Moose just does a nice job of just bulling his way.
Could we call him
there.
a baby bull?
Yes.
I think that we need to refer to him as the baby bull.
I'll tell you what, you can tell where he gets his energy and excitement from his dad.
From his dad, yes, who was up here in the box.
Here we go on first down for the Eagles. They try to float this one into the flat left side. That's going to be too far in front of the receiver, incomplete. Far the intended receiver, second down 10.
Looks like we got Blake Andrews in at nose for the Scots. Sophomore Daniel Turner at the defensive end, and then looks like Matt Wallace at the other defensive end for Highland Park.
And again, being senior night, we're going to get a lot of seniors in there.
Yep, Mac Ballard in at corner.
Cage back in at quarterback, turns and hands it off. Donovan Ford spins out to the 30-yard line. That's a 5-yard pickup, and that's Dotrieve. Steps in to make the tackle. Highland Park looks like they are on their way to the victory tonight, and after the game, expect a trophy celebration as they will get the district championship sewed up with the victory tonight.
That's always a great scene, too, especially since this is the last, at least regular season game, and his senior night, to see those kids, the work come to fruition.
Eagles are 1 for 6 on third down conversions tonight. Armstrong will keep it, and Armstrong's not going to get it. He was thinking about running, thinking about passing. Daniel Turner comes in there and makes the stop to tackle him short of the first down, and on fourth down, the punting unit comes on.
Let's see, the punt block team, the Berserkers, should be out there on the field now. These are a group of mostly seniors who haven't got a lot of playing time, but coaches have said, we're going to turn you loose on the punt return or punt block. Let's see what they can do.
Julian Pham Davis is back to do the return chores. Fernando Gonzalez to punt it away for Richardson. Low snap, picks it up and gets a foot into it. It's a low wobbler. Davis going to let this one go.
And wisely so.
It's going to roll dead at about the 27.
You can see Richardson players trying to help the ball roll a little farther than it would have.
Let's go back into the stands. Pat Sauer has another special guest with what he tells me is an interesting story.
Surely you've gotten to everybody by now.
I've got Alex Prowse's dad here, Edward Prowse. Edward, tell everybody where you were born.
Russia.
What city?
Sochi.
And tell us how you got here. You were the first
exchange student.
There you go. And let me ask you this. After 30 years of being in the U.S., are you teaching him football, or is he teaching you more about football?
No, he introduced me to football.
Hey, he's doing a great job. He's in a lot of special teams in the speed rush package. So anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, in trouble. That's going to be Warren Peck, who's going to be taken down and sacked. First time the defense has gotten to the quarterback tonight, and it comes as Warren Peck takes over at quarterback for Brennan Storr.
And Russell, number 32 in the game, Wagner Perry at running back.
Loss of, we call that a loss of 5, loss of 4. 4, second down, 14.
Here comes the outside stabber blitz again.
Peck looks to the sideline. Peck comes in having thrown for 212 yards on the season. Senior quarterback, 6'5", 220 pounds. Option, he'll pitch it. Not a lot of running room down there. I'm sorry, he is a junior quarterback. I misread that.
Wagner Perry with the carry around the left side after taking the pitch. And that's going to end the third quarter of play.
Headed to the fourth quarter, we'll take the timeout at Highlander Stadium with our score. Highland Park 31 and Richardson nothing. Back in just a moment.
Had a service culture, and I don't think there's anybody in our company that believes otherwise. Everybody understands that our mission is to take care of families.
And I think what makes me the most proud is how many families and lives we have actually touched. We've been so impactful for so many people, and in different ways of their lives, in ways that we couldn't necessarily anticipate.
School is fantastic. You feel you're involved in every step of the decision-making process. That really makes a big difference to me.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
Well, ready for the fourth quarter to get underway from Highlander Stadium. The Scots with a commanding 31-0 lead of Richardson. Warren Peck in at quarterback. They've swapped into the field. The Scots will now move left to right for the final 12 minutes of this one. Peck wants to throw. Has time. Now comes the rush. Steps out. Throws.
Wow.
And he completes it down to the 39-yard line. Great throw. Great catch for the Scots. And it looks like that's Walker Kashada.
And what a frozen rope by Warren Peck. You see his arm strength and the velocity he put on the ball. He was under pressure, having to float out to his left and able to really put a lot of zip on that ball and get it to Kashada really into pretty good coverage.
First down after the pass completion. And here we go again. Peck in trouble, and he's going to get hit from behind and taken down. He is going to get sacked back there by Adrian Standmeyer. That is the third sack tonight committed by this defense.
And that's defensive end or outside backer to the left side of the Highland Park offense. Just came scot-free. And obviously Peck never saw him coming. Did a good job to hold on to the ball, though. Going to bring up second down in a
long way.
Long way to go.
19 needed for a first down here. Let's see what the Scots can pull out here. Peck snaps his hands. Hands it off. Not a whole lot there. Trying
That's
to
42.
strip
That
the ball
is
away.
Brian Rapp.
And Brian Rapp on his first carry of the night.
And off to Brian Rapp.
4-yard pickup leaves Highland Park with a third and long situation, as we talked about in the first half. They had 1 third and long situation. On those situations, the Scots are converting at only about 38% this year. But they haven't had that many third and long situations.
Which is the most important thing. Here we go.
Play action. Peck's got time.
Good protection.
Throws. That's going to be incomplete.
Yeah, we're going to get a flag.
We've got a late flag coming in there, and this will be a penalty. Walker Kashada was the intended receiver, and the flag is going to be thrown into the secondary, and we're going to have interference called.
Yeah, it looked like the Richardson defender was on the back of Kashada as he drags across the field. You'll see it right there. He's got him wrapped up around the waist prior to the ball getting there, and that's what the official had a perfect view of.
That's Olin Jackson, who's going to be called for the penalty. And our fourth quarter replay is brought to you by Free Range Concepts, in particular the Rustic, Texas Ingredients, Texas Sounds, and Texas Soul. We thank Free Range Concepts for being a part of Highland Park football.
Max Sloan in at Z receiver. 81 is Colin Patrick at the slot.
Here we go. Handoff. And there's a little bit of running room right there. Not a whole lot for Brian Rapp. No, it is not Brian Rapp. That is...
It is Perry.
So Wagner Perry.
Coming in there to make the run. Scott's got most of their first team offensive line out there. As I said, Pickelman's moved to left tackle, and Will Ogle, the sophomore, who has showed a tremendous amount of promise to the Highland Park coaches, as he's in at left guard right now.
Rain looks like it's just about wrapped up for the night. Peck comes near side. That's going to be incomplete. It was intended there for Ted Higgins. He kind of short hopped it in there. Yeah. Brings up a third down.
Kind of try to. You can always tell when quarterbacks, when they try to aim the ball too much. It's almost like they're throwing a dart, and it seldom gets to where they want it to go. You just have to cock your arm and fling it, and Peck normally does that. Ethan Birdie in at quarterback for the Scots.
By the way, first target of the season for Teddy Higgins right there. Let's see what Burt does at quarterback. On third down, Birdie.
Oh,
and there's a fumble on the play. Ball is loose, and I believe it was covered by Richardson.
Let's see.
Yep, it's going to be Richardson football.
Well, Birdie came on a hard sprint out to his left, and I can't tell what Richardson defender hit him, but he caught him right around the midsection and was able to punch the ball free.
Only the third turnover of the season for Highland Park, and it comes on a fumble. That's their first fumble that they have lost this season.
And Russell, was it the Irving High game where Birdie saw a lot of action after Warren Peck went down with a hit? Got Colin.
Somebody jumped on that offensive line. Highland Park's defense did their little shift.
Yep.
And that caused movement on the offensive line and a 5-yard penalty against the Eagles.
That little stem move is a great tactic. You know, the defense lines up, waits for the offense to get all set and ready to go, and then they'll hop either right or left to disorient the offensive line, and a lot of times it gets them to jump.
First down 15 now for the Eagles. Cage in at quarterback to throw. Overthrows his intended receiver. Highland Park had pretty good coverage down there as well. And second down and 15.
And William White right there as he's been all night. White's just been
Alex Prowse coming in at outside linebacker for the Scots now. You heard his dad just a few minutes ago.
Pat was right. That is a great story.
It is. First exchange student.
I still remember our exchange student from Sweden.
First Russian exchange student. Here's Cage. He's got lots of time.
To throw.
And it's intercepted. Picked off. Highland Park's got it.
That's Ballard.
From the 36-yard line comes Max Ballard.
Mac Ballard. Here we go.
Ballard up the right sideline, outside the numbers, and into the end zone. Mac Ballard with the touchdown return for an interception. Second time the Scots have done that this season.
Well, the other defensive backs are going to start getting the complex. Treves returned one for a touchdown. And now Ballard. And Ballard, there's a flag down, though. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, we've got a flag all the way back at the 30-yard line.
We got two flags, one by the linesman, and one looks like out there at the hash mark. Oh, that's going to be tough if they have to bring this back. Let's see what we got. The coach, head referee explaining to Coach Bobby Leidner what happened. Now he's calling the team over to visit. Personal foul against Highland Park. Didn't say what it was. Oh, they're gonna. Did you see they deposited in the turnover can either way, even though it was called back, which I think is great because it doesn't diminish what Mac Ballard did right there. And boy, what a way to get him back in the swing of things. Ball just sails on Cage. And who's that out in front? Is that Prowse? That's Prowse out in front blocking for Mac Ballard and escorting him into the end zone.
Well, that was a nice play by Ballard. And again, it is the penalty was after the interception, so Highland Park retains possession of the ball.
Okay.
They just erased the score.
Bring
it out to the 31-yard line.
Erase the score, exactly.
And for the Scots, that is Lucas Kellner. 9-yard pickup by Kellner.
And at right tackle, number 73, Whit Thompson.
Case Pickleman's moved up to center now for Highland Park. Low snap picked up. Here we go.
Paul Flowers in at guard.
Wagner Perry around the left side. Perry will take this for a first down to the 37-yard line.
Number 79, Nussbaum in the game for the Scots.
Three wide receivers from the left hash mark. Handoff, not a whole lot there.
Once again, that is Lucas Kellner.
It's
number 83 in it. Z for the Scots. I don't have that. 80, is that 80? Maybe it's 87. Maybe that, is that Ted Higgins in it? Z?
Believe so.
I believe that's McCullough up at the X.
Here we go. Handoff. Trying to get out around the left side goes Perry. There's a flag down as the ball is spotted at the 44. But again, we've got a flag thrown.
And as we talked about last week, if you see an 86 on the field, it's a McCullough. And that's Wayne McCullough out there at the X.
It's going to be holding against Highland Park, so erase the run and move it back. Jay Ellis is down on the sideline, and let's check in with Jay. We haven't heard a whole lot from you tonight. How's the weather? Still raining out there? What is it?
It's a little drizzle, but like I said before, it's football weather. Hey, these seniors out there are really, they've got a lot of energy and they're excited. And what I really enjoy seeing is how excited their teammates are on the field to watch them play. Sometimes one guy plays and sometimes another, but they're always supportive. And this is a big moment for some of these guys, and everybody's still excited about it. And it's fun to watch them because there's really not much drop off between the guys we see in the first and second quarters and the guys that we're seeing right now. And this is an opportunity for them to show it.
Third down and long now for Highland Park.
Gage Clark in at left guard for the Scots.
Birdie still in at quarterback now. Turns hands off. They're not going to get the first down. Have to punt it away after the tackle for loss for Richardson. And I can't tell you how many times tonight, because I look down at my notes and I see Eagles. I cannot believe I haven't said Philadelphia all night.
Well, now you will for the next 3 times you say it, probably.
Scots to punt it away.
Scott's short a man.
Jake Tansey on there to kick it away.
Obviously, Richardson be coming after it.
Evan Tabora back on the return chores for Richardson. Tansey fields it, steps into it. Low end over end kick. It's going to take a Scots bounce all the way down to the 37. Takes a slight turn, and they'll down it about the 37, 38-yard line. And that's where the Eagles will start from. Don't forget, Highland Park's final regular season game is next Friday night at Pierce. That game due to kick off at 7 o'clock. We'll have it for you next week.
That's game at Eagle Mustang Stadium there on the Richardson High campus.
I believe Pat Sowers got another special guest, or he used to call them victims. I don't know why.
I got another victim here. I've got Catherine Ballard, and let me tell you something. When Mac intercepted that pass and ran it all the way back, this place erupted. Catherine, what did you think about that, and how exciting was it?
I was very happy for Mac. It's been a disappointing season with the injuries, and now that he's back, that just made me so happy that he got to have that moment.
Yeah, but you know, he did get the turnover, and he did get to dunk the football in the turnover can, so that was so exciting.
Can is the best part, right? Yeah. They love that.
Yeah, he's going to be excited.
Yeah, he's going to.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. Good job.
Thank you very much, Pat. Sideline reports and our fan cam brought to you by Willow Bend Mortgage.
Nothing like a proud mama.
Exactly. Second down. Armstrong back in at quarterback. Option play. He's going to pitch it out.
First time I've seen him pitch in 5 games.
Cam Height will get the first down. Crossed into Highland Park territory down to the 48.
And that's number.
And coming in to make the tackle for the Scots is Jose Suarez.
And help from Sam Webster as well, number 45.
There's 33 right there, Jose. Jay Ellis, what you got down there?
Real quick, Sam Webster on that tackle. Just this week, Sam Webster committed to go play baseball at Navarro Junior College. Sam has been a fantastic pitcher for the Scots, but also he is a bad man playing linebacker. He's been hitting people since he was in 4th grade, and I wouldn't want to be tackled by him.
From 49.
Oh, it's a trick play.
Now the throw long downfield, and it's incomplete. That was intended for Harder again.
And again, number 45 back. Sam Webster again. Back helping out. Let's see who had coverage here. Number 29. 9.
Or is it 28?
Robert McCollum. I think it's 29. Robert McCollum in it. Cornerback. See if he can get him a pick.
Nathan Harper checks in at a safety for the Scots.
And Nathan's been hurt a lot of the year, just back last week.
Had movement up on the line. Now let's see if he was drawn off. Yeah. It's going to be a penalty against the offense. Inside 4 minutes to go. Don't forget our Burger House post-game show follows this. And among the things we'll take a look at are final game stats. Those are brought to you by Park Cities YMCA.
Quarterback
draw and shakes one tackle. Just as he gets to the 48-yard line, he's going to be run out of bounds for the Scots. Preston Bond is there. There's 21.
Nice explosive tackle that time by Preston Bond coming up from his safety spot. Now coming in deep for the Scots in the safety position. Number 36, Wilson. 38, I should say. Hank Scorpel.
Third down and long. Whistle, and what was the infraction? We have a delay of game, I believe. Going to move it to the 47 is where they will spot the ball. Third and long. Armstrong in trouble. Flushed out of the pocket. He'll run with it. He won't get the first down, though. Highland Park doing a nice job of finally corralling him down around the 42-yard line.
And that's Coleman Donham with the tackle. He's pumped up. You see him right there. Good pressure up front initially by Prowse, if I'm not mistaken. But then Coleman Donham really wrestling him to the ground. The initial pressure, my mistake, was by number 60, and that's Matthias Zacharias.
Our quarter replays, again, brought to you by Free Range Concepts, The Rustic, Texas Ingredients, Texas Sounds, Texas Soul. Fourth down, and they'll go for it.
Under 2 minutes to go.
High snap, quarterback keeper. Will he get it?
I believe he did.
I think he did. Yep. It's going to about a yard to spare. Move the chains, and the Eagles will have a fresh set of downs. Okay, so we've got our defensive player, our offensive player, our special teams player of the game.
We need a play of the game.
Our special teams player of the game is brought to you by Mark Clifton Homes, trusted builder of exceptional homes. So all of those are coming up. We'll also hear from head coach Randy Allen. On first down with 1:20 to go. Quarterback flat, right side, caught. And Hudson Harder makes the catch. Harder came in as the leading receiver yardage-wise for the Eagles. Came in with 294 receiving yards.
Tackle made right there by Connor Cornell, coming up from his cornerback spot.
Timeout's going to be taken with 1:08 to play.
Want everybody to do your best to tune in to the halftime show next week. We're going to have our annual Unsung Heroes nominations from the coaches, and that's always something that is special to see because there are a lot of guys on this team who don't get the recognition they deserve because they're down the depth chart, but nevertheless they work just as hard as the starters, and we do our best to honor them next week at halftime of the Pierce game.
1:08 to play tonight. Senior night here at Highlander Stadium. 31-0. Highland Park leads. Trying to hold on to their third shutout of the season. Armstrong. There's a pump fake and throws downfield. That's incomplete. There was contact, but no flag. Harder, the intended receiver. And for the Scots, is that Hunter Thornton down there?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 33. That was Jose Suarez, not 23. Third down. Handoff. Triple team tackled before he can get to that first down. Webster among those in on the tackle. Sam Webster, inside linebacker.
Sam Webster on the stop.
Move the chains on first down.
Lots of time.
Armstrong's got wide open space. He's going to tuck it and run with it down to the 15 to the 10, and he'll get taken out of bounds deep into Highland Park territory. Coming in to make the tackle.
38, Hanks Scorpel.
It's going to be a 19-yard run. Sets up the Eagles with a first and goal. 35 seconds to go. Highland Park trying to hold on to their another shutout.
Let's see if the backups can keep Richardson out of the end zone. There's only 35 seconds left. I know the coaches expect that, and the players expect that.
Donovan Ford in the backfield with quarterback Armstrong. Here comes the blitz, and they got to Armstrong and sacked him. Wow, that was a big play.
It's number 45. That's Sam
Webster on this quarterback sack.
Jay, he is a bad man.
Sam Webster on the
Tell you what, let's take a look at that.
He popped him.
We'll get a replay look at that because that was a big quarterback sack brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, here to help traumatically injured individuals, whether on the job or in a significant accident.
Boy, Richardson offensive line let Sam Webster go scot-free on a inside backer blitz, and he made the quarterback pay the price for it because he popped him.
Want to say thanks to Dr. Field Scoville at the Carroll Clinic. We've had no injuries tonight. That's a good sign. Dr. Field Scoville at the Carroll Clinic, orthopedic surgeon fellowship trained in sports medicine and a supporter of Highland Park football. Here we go, 27 seconds to play.
Yeah.
Armstrong again at quarterback. Ford will be in the backfield with him. In 27 seconds to go in the game. Armstrong steps up, then kind of that jump pass intended for Ford.
Well, we've seen Highland Park and Coach Allen run that play right there, but not nearly as well. Richardson, a whole lot better, than Richardson ran it. Right there, Armstrong tried to fake a run, quarterback draw, then step back again and tried to float the ball over the top, but without much success.
Starts the clock with 22 seconds, or stops the clock with 22 seconds to go.
If this defensive group can hold Richardson out of the end zone, they'll celebrate just like they won the district championship, and which they will have.
Third down, goal to go. Whistles and another timeout.
Coach for Richardson upset about something on the field.
Wow, I can hear him from up here. Coach Pell says he did not call a timeout. He charged him the timeout, his third and final timeout. That's why he didn't want to take it. He wanted to save it for fourth down.
Well, what that does is just about eliminate the possibility of a run because they can't stop the clock. They can do it, but yep. Yep. I'm sure. Yeah, that's true. Because you can hear echoes down there. Hey, Jay, have you been?
Have you got a story
signaling a T?
About somebody you all know. I told it last week.
Are you on the Richardson sideline by chance?
No. I'm just going to tell you that the father of one of Highland Park's slot receivers once, as a fan, called a timeout at a basketball game and got it granted. His initials are BL.
Okay. Let's see if we can figure that out.
Here we go on third and goal to go. Armstrong, quarterback. Here comes the blitz. He'll throw this one up for grabs, basically, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. And now we've got flags, and I believe they're going to come up with an interference call on Highland Park.
They are, and Prowse was in coverage, and the receiver, ball was underthrown. The receiver, who was headed up the field, slows down to try to get it. Prowse threw out his arms, ran into his back, but not badly at all.
Defensive pass interference.
That in no way is making up for the timeout. No,
possibly. But anyway, Richardson's going to have the ball. 17 seconds to go from the 2-yard line. Did they call that interference in the end zone? I guess that's the only way it ended up at the 2.
Well, first and goal to go. Here we go. They're not going to throw.
Quarterback, and he's stopped.
Keep it, and he's not going to get
He is stopped. Oh, he is stopped.
They're going to blow the whistle with 8 seconds to go, 7 seconds to go.
Get a playoff.
Richardson trying to get on the ball. 2, 1. They didn't get snap off.
Great job by the backup defense. Hold Richardson out of the end zone to end the game.
Back-to-back shutouts for the Highland Park Scots tonight. It's 31-0 on senior night. And on top of back-to-back shutouts, their third shutout of the season, and it is also district championship with the victory tonight. We'll talk to Coach Allen coming up here in just a moment as our Burger House, official burger of the Highland Park football team, brings you the post-game show tonight. Nice win for Highland Park. What'd you think about this one, Jim?
Well, I think that, considering, I think the Scots played extremely well considering the weight they had, considering, we didn't get going at 8 till 8:30 for a 7 o'clock game. And again, that's very disconcerting, though you think they're just sitting in the locker room resting. They're really not.
Tell you what, let's take a break. Our Burger House postgame show gets underway in a moment. Again, the final score, 31-0 Highland Park over Richardson. The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots! We got a camera on that as they're getting ready to have the trophy presentation for Highland Park as they will get their 56th district championship trophy. Head coach Randy Allen trying to get everybody lined up, get his assistant coaches in the picture.
It's great to see right there.
Yep. 100 years of playing high school football here at Highland Park, and they have won district more than 50% of the time.
There you see Coach A.D. Rodney Webb presenting the trophy to Coach Allen, who in turn gives it to Adam Rourke.
There's a good picture
That's
right there.
That's a great picture. A lot of hard work went into that, starting last offseason back in January.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears right there.
Yep.
Congratulations to the Highland Park Scots.
There you see Joe Treve and Rourke and Petty.
7-6A player, a 7-6A district champion right there, the Highland Park Scots. Waiting for head coach Randy Allen to make his way out and over, and we'll hear from him in just a moment. But again, he's going to have, I think, oh, you've got Coach Allen ready to go. Yes, we're ready to go down to you.
All right, if we're on the air, Coach Allen, congratulations. This is Highland Park's 56th district championship. Tell our fans a little bit about the trophy presentation you just got to make.
Well, it's 8 in a row, but like you said, we've won more district championships than any high school football team in the history of Texas high school football. So this is just one more to add to our collection, but what a great accomplishment for the 2022 Highland Park Scott football team. A lot of people didn't know if we could play in 6A, and we're 9-0 and district champs. And I'm really proud of this football team. We were able to get everybody in the game and still throw a shutout, and I'm really proud of their effort tonight.
Coach, as far as the
the weather tonight, obviously, I would imagine was a factor in what you guys were able to do on offense. You know, you kept it pretty simple, kept the ball on the ground a lot. I would imagine that was a weather-related decision.
Yes, it was. We had a hard time getting a snap, number one. We had more problems. We got down there inside the 5-yard line, had 2 bad snaps, and wound up, you know, we just had a hard time handling the ball. And it looked like early in the first half, Brennan was shot putting the ball some because the ball was wet. And so, I mean, you take a chance on first down of throwing the ball. Now you're 2nd and 10. So we ran the ball more than normal, which is good, you know, for our football team. We need to be able to run it. And so we're really excited about our 31 points, which, you know, I mean, we scored. I don't think we punted tonight, so I think we did okay. Our defense did great.
Yeah, not till at the very end.
Yeah.
Coach Allen, senior night has become such a great tradition here at Highland Park. They wear the special dark blue uniforms. The events with the parents are all on the field now. Tell us a little bit about how special this senior class has been as they wrap up their final regular season home game at Highlander Stadium.
Well, they've been a joy to coach. I mean, they've come to work to get better. They worked this summer to improve themselves, and a lot of them are playing their very best football their senior year, which is what you got to have a great football team. You got to have your seniors who are really buying in and playing their best football. And our challenge now is to finish this thing off right with a 10-0 regular season and then go in the playoffs, hopefully healthy and on a real high note.
Well, and it seems like you guys, like you mentioned in general, you seem to be playing your best football as the playoffs start to approach. So you've got to be pretty happy with the way you guys have kind of been building on a game-by-game basis.
Yes, I think we see areas that we are improving in, and we're really excited about the opportunity to look at film and get better for next week.
Coach Allen, there are a lot of people who want to celebrate here. Tonight, we got to celebrate with you before Carolyn Allen over here, and I know she wants to see you, so we're going to let you go see her and celebrate with your team.
I want to shout out to my dad if he's still watching the game, in that this is his 99th birthday on Halloween, and we'll be going to Abilene this weekend to celebrate with him.
Awesome. Happy birthday to Mr. Allen, and congratulations to Coach Allen.
All right, thank you, Jay.
Great job. And that concludes our coach interview.
The last I got to see him, he was doing pretty well. I mean, not that you don't have issues at 99, but he's handling them very well.
Well, happy birthday. And
happy birthday, Hoss
all
Allen.
The best. That is our coach interview. I'll tell you what, let's take a quick break. We'll come back with our players of the game. But our Burger House post-game show is rolling on from Highlander Stadium after the 31-0 shutout over Richardson. The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots!
Here we go.
On our Burger House post-game show, time for our player interviews, and we'll start with our special teams player of the game, brought to you by Mark Clifton Homes, trusted builder of exceptional homes. Jay?
There we go, Jay.
Well, I thought Jay Ellis was ready to go down there.
They may have trouble. It's always hard on senior night to find the players you're looking for, even though they may be right behind you because the crowd is so thick out there on the field for the last home game with parents and players.
Well, we'll try to get down to our special teams player of the game coming up momentarily. We'll also take a look at our stats coming up here in just a moment.
Still trying to take pictures down there, which may be part of the issue.
I don't even see Jay down there.
I'm trying to find him. I'm looking in that mass of people. He's got on his
He's wearing the same blue coat as everybody else. We have to get him a bright lime-colored coat or something.
Oh, he may have a microphone issue. Exactly.
Okay, I've got Frank Musa now, guys. Mike McAbee knows everything. I did have battery issues. Hey, are we live?
Yes.
Can that camera see Frank Musa?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. You see that red light? I've got Frank Musa with me. Frank was the special teams player of the game. He did a lot more than that. But first, let's talk about special teams. In the second half there, Richardson had sort of a short, I don't know if you'd call it an onside or a squib kick, but they were trying to get the ball, and you did more than just recover it. Tell us about that play, Frank.
So I saw the ball kicked, and I knew I couldn't get to it in time, so I let it bounce once, and I cut to the right, and it got clogged up, and I just took it to the left, and I just saw open field, and it was great seeing the open field and running the ball.
Hey Frank, so that was our special teams play of the game, but later on, I think in the same drive was one of your 2 rushing touchdowns. So tell us a little bit about the holes that were opening up for you up front and who was responsible for it.
Yes, sir. So I had to be really patient with the runs. They kept busting a few holes, and I just followed Whit Basso. He was leading the block on 45, and you just got to be patient, trust your teammates, and we'll get the job done.
Hey, Frank, how does it feel when you're breaking through tackles? And, I mean, those guys are physical, but it was obvious you weren't going to be stopped tonight with those 2 touchdown runs. Tell us what's going through your mind when you're about to make contact and you've got the ball in your arms.
It's all about that. It's all about the determination and the gut factor, and you just got to lower your helmet, get through, tough it out.
Hey, Frank, this is the final regular season home game for you and all these seniors at Highlander Stadium. Was it emotional either pregame or postgame or during, or was this just another night?
Getting in the locker room today, everybody was antsy to get out on the field, and it's being an HB Scot, everyone dreams of this when they grow up. They dream of wearing the all blue and playing in front of the Highland Park Scots, and it's just a dream come true to be able to come out here and play.
Frank Musa, you're our special teams player of the game. You also had 2 amazing touchdown runs. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank Musa.
Again, our special teams player of the game brought to you by Mark Clifton Homes, trusted builder of exceptional homes. Offensive player of the game brought to you by Tollison Wealth Management, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. We are ready.
I've got Colin Hale. Colin plays outside receiver. Colin, we've seen you on offense quite a bit this year. Tonight you had a great catch. Let's start by talking about that play.
So the safety floated over, corner floated back too, was snagged. So I ran a little snag route, wide open, right on the what do you call it, out of bounds. So got out, but yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
Hey, Colin, this team is really deep. You'll have a lot of seniors. It's senior night. The families on the field and everything. Share with us, was tonight more emotional than other nights for you?
I was at SMU the other day, and I was working out with a few friends, and it kind of made me a little emotional, like getting to, I'm not going to get these moments back. It's kind of sad because I get 2 to 3 more games left, and guaranteed. And that's it. That's it for our career. So, you got to take things personally and take it moment by moment. And, yeah, it's just that's how you got to work with it.
Hey, Colin, tonight was a little bit unusual because of all the delays with weather and so forth, and all the festivities with the seniors and their parents. So tell us a little bit about how you guys stayed ready and stayed focused even through all those delays and not knowing when the game would really start.
Yes, sir. So we were in the indoor, but you just got to keep your head straight. It's all about the mental game of it and staying ready. So you really just got to keep your head straight and just kind of stay focused.
Hey, Colin, I know you're a great leader among these kids and these teammates of yours, and I'm real happy for you having that catch tonight, and we expect to see others in games to come. It looks like they're looking at you more and more, so congratulations on a great game.
Thank you.
You're our offensive player.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Player of the game is brought to you by Tollison Wealth Management, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. We have our defensive player ready to go. Well, let me tell them that it is brought to you by HP Youth Football, preparing tomorrow's Scots today.
we're talking with a lot of seniors tonight. First of all, was tonight any different from any other game for you because this was the last one at Highlander in the regular season, or was tonight just another night?
You know, we went into the night expecting rain delays, and we didn't let it get to us. But I'd like to say it was just any other game, but this game meant a lot more than because like we build a brotherhood every day in practice, and it was nice to see all the everyone get on the field, get a chance to play.
Hey, there's if you look at this defense, we got a bunch of bad dudes. Some of them are really big and some aren't. But when I go down the list and I look at who I would not want to get in a fight with, who I wouldn't want to get tackled by, and who I would want on my side in a fight, you might be the very top of that list. Who's on that list for you among these defensive players? Who do you need next to you if you're in a fight?
Got to be William White. That's one person I wouldn't want to fight. He's a dog. One of my best friends. And then also Judge Ellis.
That's good. Hey, it's fun to see you guys playing out here on senior night. You used to play here in Under the Lights. So back in those days, were you sort of getting ready for this and thinking about when you were going to be wearing the blue and gold under the lights on Fridays?
Yeah, it was obviously a dream for everybody that played football in HPISD. But I didn't expect it to come so fast. Yeah.
So what would you tell those 4th and 6th and 8th graders who are playing now? But from your experience, what would they like to know?
Hit the weight room. It'll pay off.
Hey, Hunter Thornton, you're our defensive player of the game. You're having a fantastic season, and I look forward to talking to you again soon. Nice job. And that's our defensive player of the game.
Brought to you by HP Youth Football, preparing tomorrow's Scots today. We've got our play of the game as well tonight, and our I think we've got it queued up and ready to go, and it's brought to you by Riddell Plumbing, home of honesty, quality, great customer service, and proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. Let's take a look at it right here.
While you're watching the film, I've got Mac Ballard with me. Mac, they're watching the film right now of your interception. Tell us about how that play set up first.
You know, we've been working on it kind of all week. It was a horizontal smash type deal. One did a little pivot route, declared it inside, and then broke it out. And 2 did a corner route, I believe, and then he broke it back inside, and then I was kind of just there. And it just kind of fell into my hands. And blockers did the way, but didn't count, but it was still fun. And it was a good time.
Hey, Mac, you know, different football teams have different languages. Some yell Oski, some yell bingo. What do y'all yell when you pick a pass so everybody knows to go block for you?
I'm Oski. I like Oski. You know, that's what I grew up with. My dad always says Oski. But, you know, we just call it takeaway. So, but, you know, when it happens, I mean, there wasn't a lot of people here, but, I mean, it erupts. So, I mean, everyone knows something's going on. So people catch blocks.
Hey, Mac, you clearly knew what to do once the ball was in your hand as well. You made a couple of moves inside before you got to the sideline and outran them. Tell us about your background carrying the ball. Obviously, you're a corner now, but tell us about your background carrying the ball.
Probably little to none. Last time I played offense was probably 5th grade, so I don't have much experience carrying the ball, but it's fun to get it in your hands, get to run around, so it's fun.
Hey, Mac, I know both sides of your family are from Highland Park. Tell us what it means to you to get to be on the, especially after you had some injuries and didn't get to play as much early in the year as you wanted. What does it mean to you to play your last regular season game at Highlander Stadium?
You know, it's great. It's fun, you know. Time flies out here. That was our motto this week, and it's fun to share the field with these guys. It's pretty surreal, you know, when it's over. It's last regular season game. You know, we got one more here, playoff, but it's win or go home, basically, in the playoffs. And, you know, it's pretty cool and ready to get going. So,
Mac Ballard, you're our defensive player of the game. You played great. We look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
Mac had our play of the game tonight, brought to you by Riddell Plumbing, home of honesty, quality, and great customer service. And, of course, Riddell Plumbing's a proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots. You are watching our Burger House post-game show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Mike Maccabee joins us for our game summary stats report, and we'll have some closing comments tonight, maybe another interview or two. Let's take the break right now. Again, our final score, 31-0. Highland Park shuts out Richardson here at Highlander Stadium. The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots! Back on our Burger House postgame show, and the Scots win it tonight by a final score of 31-0. Mike Maccabee, our statistician, joins us right here as we take a look at some of the postgame stats, and they're brought to you tonight by the Park Cities YMCA.
I don't know if we'll see them on the screen here. It looks like, yeah, there they come. The numbers that jump out at you, Scott's did have one turnover tonight, but also managed to get 2 takeaways from the Eagles. Scott's had 22 first downs. That's the 5th time this year the Scots have had 22 or more first downs in a game. And then Richardson only had 12. Total offense for the Scots tonight, 134 yards on the ground, 130 yards passing. Obviously very balanced, even more so than usual. Total offense of 264 yards on 50 offensive plays, 33 of those on the ground, a little bit higher than average, but still were able to throw the ball pretty effectively, especially in the second half. For the Eagles, 35 rushes for 139 yards on the ground. And then passing-wise, picked up another just 20 yards in the air. Total of 159 yards on 49 offensive plays. And okay, I tell you what, let's jump back down to Jay Ellis down on the field. He's got one more player, and then we'll let those guys get on with what senior night is all about. So, go ahead, Jay.
Got one other defensive player of the game. This is Sam Webster. Sam, I told Hunter Thornton the same. You and he are at the top of my list of the guys I wouldn't want to get tackled by. Tell me about your hit over there on the sideline. There was one that you cleaned up in the fourth quarter here. Do you remember the one I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. It was stretch away. I was just trying to get over the top, and I saw him kind of going down. I was just going to get on top of the pile, finish the play.
Hey, Sam, shutouts are really important for defenses. Highland Park made the stop at the end down here. Tell us about that final play. Were you in on that one?
Yes, sir. We just got in the pass interference, but Scots find a way. We knew that wasn't going to be demoralizing. We knew we could get the stop no matter what. They could have been on that 1-inch line. We were going to get the stop. We caught up the play. I was blitzing, and we just got in there. We've been practicing it all week. Everybody did the football. Everybody got to the football, and we held them up.
Hey, is this just any old senior class, or is this a special senior class?
I think it's definitely special. The leadership's unlike any other leadership I've ever experienced in my life. All the leaders always uplifting no matter what, whether you're playing in the fourth quarter or the first quarter. They're always going to be behind you. They're always going to be loud on the sideline. Even if they don't have a C or a PC on their chest, they're uplifting you, and they're just always cheering for you.
Hey, Sam Webster, you're a player of the game because you hit probably harder than anybody. Also, we're real happy to hear about your commitment to play baseball at Navarro Junior College next year. And we're going to also be watching you pitch later on in the year. But for now, several more weeks of football. Congratulations, Sam Webster.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our player interviews.
Thank you very much, Jay. We appreciate it. Mike, let's go finish up those stats.
All right. The couple of other numbers to look at. Of course, the Scots had the 2 turnovers. One or had 2 takeaways, 1 interception, and 1 fumble recovery. Actually forced 2 fumbles tonight. And then time of possession, again, one of those weird numbers that comes out. We're so used to seeing the Scots be really down as far as time of possession because they just score so quickly, and other teams try to keep their offense off the field as much as they can. But tonight the Scots do lead in time of possession, 25 minutes and 43 seconds to the remainder of the 22-17. So a pretty substantial margin tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought, despite the one turnover that came late and it's a wet game and all that, just getting everybody into the game and being able to just build the team camaraderie and whatnot, and give the fans something to cheer about.
Yeah,
it makes for such a special night.
Because this is, tonight is not about honoring the guys who start every week. They get plenty of recognition, every time out from the very first game of the season. It's about the guys that, it's hard to come out to practice every day and know you're not going to get in the game. And so this is a thank you, if nothing else. You've done tremendous work for us all year long. People forget that the offense, defense starters have to practice against the scout team. Who runs that scout team? Who's on that scout team? Do they give a good picture or do they give a lousy picture? Obviously, by the way the Scots play, those guys give a great picture every week, and it's so nice for them to get some recognition and to get out there and do their part to add to this Highland Park tradition.
And two things will stand out for tonight's game along those lines. One, during the period of time that basically the second offensive backfield was playing with the starting offensive line, and that was when the score kind of built up and they got the comfortable lead. Secondly, that last goal line stand preserved the shutout. That was a mixture of first and second team players.
Yep, and I think Webster's comments down there that he had with Jay just a minute ago kind of epitomized how these guys feel. They said, hey, I don't care if it's on the 2-yard line, 6-inch line, or whatever, but our goal is, I don't care how much time's left, we're keeping you out. And that mentality, you just love to see that, because that's going to serve them well when they get to the playoffs, because it's not just the stars that feel that way. Everybody feels that way. And that's the makings of a very special group.
And the playoffs are not that far away. 2 weeks from tonight are in 2 weeks. We don't know if it'll be a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday game. Is when they will come up. But the Highland Park Scots win the district with the victory tonight and finish up the regular season at Pierce next Friday night.
Right.
This was a fun one, and we thank our television crew for all of the hard work that they put in.
And putting up with the weather.
And a little bit longer than we expected to be here tonight. But my thanks to Jim and Jay and Pat and Mike, Yvonne, Juan, and to Owen Marie and Tyler Pyle. Special thanks to those two guys for helping make everything possible.
And Tyler Pyle, our guest student announcer, he'll be back in 2 weeks. He didn't get to go out for the coin flip, which is a big deal, to go out with the officials in the coin flip at midfield. He didn't get to go out there because of the weather, and we're going to give him another shot at that in 2 weeks at the first playoff game.
Well, thanks for joining us tonight. Y'all have a great weekend, everybody. This is Russell Scott reminding you our final score tonight: Highland Park 31, Richardson nothing. And good night and God bless.